And, of course, some of the big movers include Foot Locker. Nora's going to go into some of these in a little more detail. Right now, 13% lower after cutting its full-year sales and profit forecast. Some of the other economic data we got today, ADP reporting American businesses added 146,000 in November. Slower pace than October, but still pretty firm. And just to update you on this breaking story, it appears it was a targeted shooting this morning outside the New York Hilton Midtown in Manhattan. United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson fatally shot in the chest by a masked gunman. United Healthcare, that falls under the umbrella of United Health Group. The company was hosting an investor day at the Hilton there. And CNN just reporting that the gunman, according to the NYPD, fled on a bicycle. So maybe just a matter of time before they capture the suspect. And you look at that area in Midtown, Paul and Alex, there are security surveillance cameras everywhere. So even if it was a masked gunman, at least they'd have a sense of where the shooter fled to.
I bet you every cop in the city's got a kind of a visual on what this person looks like. So.
All right, well, thank you, John Tucker, and it's great to see you, by the way. It's been a really
I
long
haven't
time.
seen you in like weeks, it seems.
I know, that is true, like 6 weeks, 7 weeks. Missed you too. Alex Steele here, alongside Paul Sweeney and John Tucker. Let's get more on some of these individual names here with Nora Melinda. She joins us, Bloomberg News equity reporter. Let's talk about United Health. Obviously, we're looking into the shooting and what happened there. They were also have an analyst day, and they did release some results there as well.
Right. I mean, that's where this all began this morning. They were having an investor day, and they did say that they forecast 2025 profit that was in line with Wall Street's expectations. This is really signaling that rising medical costs will continue hurting results for the healthcare giant. So not the best news that you want to hear there, but costs of patient care and government health programs have really been squeezing profits for the company. And of course, as all of this is going on, that's when we hear this tragic news about Brian Thompson, and he was the CEO of United Health Group's insurance division, so not to be confused with the broader CEO of the group. But we are seeing shares of United Health Group in the green, rising as much as 2.9% today. But of course, this is a developing story, so we'll have to wait and see what happens.
And they did, I guess, postpone the investor day upon the news this morning. So.
In another earnings, too, it was a slew of smaller retail stores, particularly the dollar stores. They delivered, like a Foot Locker, Dollar Tree.
Right. I mean, I'm keeping an eye on all these. Let's look at Dollar Tree. I mean, we're seeing shares higher this morning. They've pared their gains, but were earlier up as much as 5.5%. That's the highest intraday level since September. Its sales showed that they improved in the third quarter. Comparable sales grew 1.8%. This has really been driven by the idea that consumers are seeking value and buying more frequently. So, I mean, it's really been an area, a time period where prices have been so high, and so you're seeing people being a bit more picky with what they're willing to pull out of their pocket. And of course, that's going to benefit a name like Dollar Tree. But we do know when we think about this on a longer scale, the company has really been struggling. I mean, as you look at it on a year-to-date basis, shares are down 49% this year. So, I mean, we're seeing a bit of a pickup today, but won't be enough to really change that story yet.
Also, because Dollar Tree, though, they were the idea was that they were going to do really well because the lower end consumer was struggling, and that was like not happening.
Right.
Instead, it was a Walmart story. So maybe the trough has finally been found. Did we hit on Foot Locker?
We have not. I mean, let's take a look at some shoes. So, I mean, Foot Locker, we're seeing shares tumbling as much as 20% today. Wow. That's the most since March and the lowest intraday level since October of last year. It really has been a tough year for this company. I mean, shares down 33% year to date. But I mean, of course, I'm keeping an eye also on names like Nike, since that is a big supplier of the company. But Foot Locker in particular cut its full year sales and profit forecast. They're saying that there were too many increased discounts and decreased consumer spending ahead of the holiday season. So sounds like people may be going to Dollar Tree maybe a little bit, but not too much when it comes to shoes.
They have sneakers at Dollar Tree?
Right, if they did, I'm sure people would rush over there.
Right, maybe. All right, Nora, thanks a lot. Really appreciate Nora Melinda joining us, Bloomberg Equities reporter. So the geopolitical news of the day will be what is happening in France. There is a vote that should go underway at some point soon.
Yes.
Right? Ish?
10:30-ish.
10:30-ish.
East Coast time.
East Coast time. That will decide the fate of the Prime Minister, Michel Barnier, as the left and the right seem ready to oust him. We're going at the latest on this with Caroline Conan. She's Bloomberg reporter joining us from Paris. Okay, give me the TikTok. What's the lay of the land that we're going to expect to see over the next few hours?
the debates have actually started right here at the National Assembly behind me, and we've seen Marine Le Pen, the head of the National Rallies group, actually walking in earlier. I was in the hemicycle, and she was all smiling. She knows she's going to support this vote of no confidence against the Prime Minister, Michel Barnier. The vote should take place in a couple hours. They have time for debates. First, the far left, which is actually the party which proposed this vote of no confidence, is first going to defend the motion of no confidence in front of Michel Barnier himself sitting in this National Assembly. Then, I mean, the issue, we pretty much know it. The Barnier government is very, very, very likely to collapse. That means by the end of tonight, Wednesday night, France will not have a government, and Emmanuel Macron, the president, is actually traveling back from Saudi Arabia. He was on a state visit for the past 3 days, and he's going to land approximately around the same time as the outcome of this vote.
Caroline, for those of us in the U.S., this is a no-vote confidence for the Prime Minister, Michel Barnier. What does that mean for the President, Macron?
So we have a presidential regime. It's called the Fifth Republic. And in fact, Michel Barnier might be the shortest prime minister, the shortest-lived prime minister of this Fifth Republic since 1958. But President Macron will stay on. Supposedly, has his mandate ending only in 2027. So what he's going to have to do after this is naming a new prime minister. Now, last time that happened, after the snap elections in July, it took him 2 months to name this new prime minister. But given the uncertainty we're seeing at the moment, especially in the markets, and the uncertainty about the French budget for 2025, everybody seems to think that he's going to take less time and perhaps name a new prime minister very quickly, perhaps in the next 24 hours. Before, of course, he has to welcome lots of heads of state, including Donald Trump, who's going to come for the reopening of Notre Dame on Saturday.
I mean, whenever you hear a political leader say, I'm going to stay out my term, you're always like, oh, okay. If you're saying it, then maybe we have issues. What about investors? So a lot has been made about how the difference in yield between France and Germany is really blowing out, which signals some stress in France. Yet we're in a different place now than we were in Europe, say, 12 years ago.
We are totally in a different place. It's not the sovereign debt crisis. And in fact, it looks like the collapse of this Barnier government is pretty much a given at this stage. We've already priced in, at least in the short term, in the bond market. But then it all depends on what's next. Given there is no majority in parliament, I mean, if there is a new prime minister, is that new prime minister going to manage to form some kind of majority to pass a budget? That's kind of very unclear. So we are in uncharted territories at that point. Some investors are saying that the spread between the German and the French 10-year could actually jump to 100 basis points. At the moment, we are currently, the French borrowing cost around the levels of Greece, but getting closer to the levels of Italy. So who knows what can happen next?
And who knows? That actually is the best way to leave it, because literally, who knows what's going to happen next? All right, Caroline, thanks a lot. We're going to check in with you later on as well. Caroline Conan is joining us from Paris on the latest no-confidence vote against the Prime Minister, Michel Barnier. All right, coming up, we're going to talk to Anurag Rana, Bloomberg Intelligence Technology Analyst, on some really good Salesforce earnings. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. The largest part of the economy looks like it's could be losing some momentum. Services activity expanding in November at the slowest pace in 3 months. We got the rundown at the top of the hour. A rally in tech shares driving stocks higher right now. The S&P 500 on track for its 56th closing record this year. And then you have the Magnificent Seven, a gauge of the Mag 7 mega caps, extending its surge, 62% rise since the start of the year. And some of the individual shares on the move. You have Salesforce, Marvel Technology jumping after their earnings results. And then you have shares of Foot Locker right now after their results, 12% lower. An update on that Midtown shooting. Police say the masked gunman who shot and killed United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson outside the New York Hilton Midtown fled on a bicycle. The company was holding its investor day at the Hilton. Police say it was, in fact, a targeted shooting. Again, that's according to the NYPD. S&P 500, 17 points higher. That is up 0.3%, 6,067. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 160 points. That's a rise of 0.4%, 44,867 on the index. And the Nasdaq 100 up 173 points, a rise of 0.8%. Two-year yield down 2 basis points. That's at 4.15. The 10 is, I'm going to call it unchanged right now at 4.22. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney, we are live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We're streaming live on YouTube. So head over to youtube.com, search Bloomberg Podcast, and that's where you'll find us. You can just search Bloomberg Podcast, and that's it. Salesforce.com, big tech company reporting big earnings last night. Stock up 9.5% today, hitting an all-time high. Market cap just below $350 billion, one of the real winners here. Stocks up 38% year to date. Let's break down some of those numbers. Anurag Rana joins us. The freshly shaved Anurag Rana, thank goodness, shaved that thing off. Technology analyst of Bloomberg Intelligence.
I don't recognize him. I don't recognize him.
He looks like a professional now. Makes him years younger. From that tech hub of Chicago, Illinois. Anurag, talk to us about Salesforce.com. They seem to have really put up some good numbers. What is the street like about it?
I think when you really peel the numbers on sales and backlog, they were pretty much in line. But I think what is really happening, and something that we highlighted during a preview and some notes that we wrote, earlier in October, they released a new product called Agentforce, which is truly their AI product. Now, that's not going to drive revenue over the next 12 months, but it really changes the shape of the company and with the direction it's going in. And I think that's what investors are buying in right now, along with their steady margin expansion. Margins were so good yesterday. That has been a big story for them as well. So I think on all fronts, they're doing well. And as I said, the sales growth is not going to show up near term, but I think they have a clear strategy how they're going to play this game.
So to this point, if Salesforce is doing this well without Agentforce materially contributing to its bottom line, what kind of upside do we really have, and when do they reach sort of full tilt on that?
Yeah, I think I would agree with you on that because, people are buying into that without seeing the results. And I think this is truly what we have seen a lot in the software space is people really figure out which are the companies that will benefit in the long run. And a lot of that, you could say, value realization happens sooner, when the revenue realization is. So perhaps down the road, there'll be a time when the software space may not see a valuation uptake, but the sales growth will go up. But, one of the things you have to think about it from a Salesforce point of view, they have two really critical products. One is sales automation for salespeople, and the other is customer service products for customer service people. And in enterprises, AI is the biggest beneficiary to those customer service people. Chatbots, AI agents. We recently did a conference, and when we asked the question as to how many people use chatbots, it's still less than 20% at this point. So that is the direction where the world is going in terms of working with retailers, working with airlines, and these guys are right in the middle of it.
All right. So what's getting the market all excited here? This AI product. What is their AI product, and what is it supposed to do? Because I actually moderated a panel with the Salesforce executive, and I forgot everything he told me.
So think about it. I actually have a very interesting demonstration. If you go to YouTube and look at their Dreamforce demo, it was actually pretty interesting because they did Saks Fifth Avenue. So think about it this way, Paul. The presenter bought a jacket from Saks Fifth Avenue, didn't like the size or something, just went to the chatbot and say, can you find me a different size? And the chatbot basically took care of everything, basically knew what size this person was able to return the jacket, send another one to this person's address. Or that matter, if it wasn't available, you could go to the store and pick it up without the intervention of a human. That level of sophistication coming into a chatbot so quick in the game, I think is really what people are getting excited about.
And put some numbers on that. Like, how much is that going to do for them in terms of revenue, and how much do they charge for like that chatbot? So say like that chatbot works for me for 2 minutes. What's the translation of money?
So the pricing starts at $2 per conversation. Now the question is, well, what does that mean? So when you look at a person calling AT&T or Verizon, that call could cost as much as $10, $15. If it's a quasi mix of an automated chatbot and a customer service person, that call could be $7 or $8 per conversation. Salesforce is pricing at $2 or so. So it will force companies to fix their customer service, because think about it. If you're an insurance company, if you are a phone company, that's really a very large portion of your cost. Amazon's already doing so much of that in the chatbot. If you are used to returning things on Amazon through their chatbot, it's actually pretty impressive right now, but it is still rule-based, which is if it can only do so much based on the data that's available, it doesn't take you to the next level. And this is what Salesforce is saying is the direction of that is that the agent or the chatbot is able to execute a transaction for you without getting a human involved in it, which is refund the money for you, return your things, give you an alternative of whatever you were doing before without any person getting in, and that really saves costs.
All right, so this company's got like 39-40% EBITDA margin. Pretty much all of that goes down to the free cash flow line. What do they do with their cash?
Right now, they're buying back shares. I'm sorry, Paul, but that's exactly what most software companies do when they have it. Now, think about it this way. Just 1.5, 2 years ago, this was almost 10 percentage points lower because they were spending even more on sales and marketing. The big story for Salesforce in the last 1.5 years has been a real improvement in margins. And as of today, compared to, let's say, March of 2023, it's up 10 percentage points. That's big if you look at from any financial metric.
All right, Anurag, really appreciate it. Really good stuff. If you can be a chatbot that can actually do something that when I call Citibank doesn't take me an hour, I'm game. I'm down for that. All right, Anurag Rana, Bloomberg Intelligence Technology Analyst, joining us.
It has not worked for me yet.
No, it hasn't worked for me.
When you call for customer service, it freaks me out when I don't get a live person.
Yeah, and I keep saying my name, and they're like, I don't understand you. Please talk to a but goodbye.
Well, that's understandable.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, let's go to another equity that's moving in the market, and that's GM. So the company there sees a $5 billion hit to restructure its China business. Want to bring in Steve Mann, Bloomberg Intelligence, Global Autos and Industrials Research Analyst. First off, Steve, just give us some of the details of what GM had to announce today.
Yeah, so GM actually announced that they're going to write down $5 to $5.3 billion of their China business. Now, GM has a few businesses in China. They do have a local Chinese brand called Wuling and Baojun. Those are actually not part of the restructuring. They're actually restructuring their Cadillac, Chevrolet, and Buick brand names in China. Sales been down. I mean, sales peaked in 2017. It's down about 75% since then. So hence, they rethink of their strategy in China.
So, Steve, what does this signal anything broader about Western auto companies in China? Because, boy, I could see a scenario where China just says, and our BYD stuff and the other EV manufacturers, they're putting out a pretty good product here.
Yeah, I think it does. If you look at the bigger picture, you've seen local brands take huge market shares since COVID. Local brands are over 50% of the market share in China today. Up from probably in the teens, probably 10 years ago. So huge market share take. But there's another angle to it, is that, GM is probably suffering more, because if you compare it to Volkswagen, Volkswagen just recently re-signed their joint venture agreement with SAIC, Shanghai Auto. They're extending that for another couple decades. So, and at the same time, Volkswagen sales are not down as much as GM. So there are some GM specific issues that's happening.
So, okay, some GM and then some still broad-based. Is this the trough?
That's right.
Is this the worst it's going to get? Is this the kitchen sink moment when it comes to China?
Unlikely. I think there's still room for GM to actually cut more, because they are probably going to leave a plant or two in China just to serve the local market. Unlikely China will be a big export market, because the risk of increased tariffs of imported Chinese vehicles in the U.S. So I don't think it's over. But at the same time, China remains a hyper-competitive market. Prices are still being cut left and right, and it's a really hard, challenging environment for Western automakers in that nation.
But it's such a big market, Steve. I mean, do you feel like the commitment's still there from the Western automakers, or do you think this might be a time when they get slowly kind of reduce their exposure there?
I think for legacy automakers, they're going to have to reduce their exposure. I think really to succeed in China is to speed up, their product cycle. Typically in the U.S. and in the developed markets, the vehicle product cycle could be 3 as long as 6 years. In China, you're seeing new brands, new model, refresh on models every year. So, legacy automaker needs to move much faster.
But can they?
If they want to succeed.
But can
it's
they?
hard. No. Answer question is no. Doesn't mean they can't. It's going to take a very long time to change the culture in these legacy automakers.
Which automaker do you think has the best chance of actually doing that?
I think Tesla is still doing well. In China, it does have a cachet in China, and I think with Elon Musk visiting Shanghai, China during the year, it really helped propel Tesla in that market, because I think what Tesla wants to do there is introduce their full self-driving capability in China, and that could really resonate with the Chinese audience, giving the tech savviness of the consumer over there.
All right, Steve, thanks so much. Appreciate it, as always. Steve Mann, he's a global autos and industrials research analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us via the Princeton, New Jersey, the campus down there. S&P 500 up 20 points. That's 0.3%. The Nasdaq's up 180 points. That's 0.9%. So good moves in the market. Coming up, we're going to check in with Roz Matheson. She's Bloomberg News Director for Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Going to get the latest on the no confidence vote in France and latest on what happened in South Korea for the past couple of days. That's coming up. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash, on track for another record close. Best performing stock right now in the S&P 500. Let's start with that. That's Salesforce. Those shares are up right now 9%. The company reporting better than expected quarterly revenue. And the attention is on their artificial intelligence strategies. That is seen as a key driver of growth. Wei Li of BlackRock says, the story of AI powering markets ahead is really far from over.
We do expect the beneficiaries to broaden out. We're looking at energy, we're looking at utility, we're looking at industrials as we build and finance the transformation, right? So certainly we have to look at the combination of public and private market as the theme plays out.
We're going to go into a deeper dive in just a moment. General Motors is going to incur over $5 billion in charges and write-downs because of the operations in China, which are kind of struggling for them. Dollar Tree shares, another stock on the move. They're higher. The discount retailer increasing the sales outlook for the full year. Dollar Tree shares right now up about 0.6%. Then after their results, Foot Locker, that's in the red, down over 11%. And just to recap the story we've been following for you, manhunt underway in Manhattan for the masked gunman who shot and killed United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson as he arrived for the company's investor day at the New York Hilton in Midtown. Police calling it a targeted shooting. The gunman fled on a bicycle. The NYPD is expected to have a briefing, and I expect we will carry that for you live in the next hour. Right now, the S&P 500 up 22 points, of 0.4%, 6,072 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 164 points. The Nasdaq 100, 203 points higher. That is up just about 1%. And we check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
Thank you so much, John Tucker. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We're broadcasting to you live from our interactive broker studio right here in Midtown Manhattan. It's been a couple days of some serious geopolitical tensions all over the map. Yesterday, South Korea's stunning moment where the president declares martial law, and then now there's an impeachment motion set against the current president after Parliament reversed his decision from martial law. And currently in France, you have a vote, the debate, I should say, underway on whether or not the Prime Minister, Michel Barnier, will keep his seat. It does not look likely, though, at this time. The vote will kick off at sometime today, where it's getting pushed back all the time, so who knows. Roz Matheson is Bloomberg News Director for Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Can you link these together? In that, what are we seeing with President Trump, with France, and with South Korea? Is there a through line I can take here?
Well, it's a pretty chaotic time, I think, is the through line. I mean, these are slightly individual circumstances going on. I mean, the South Korea thing, as you say, was really kind of what on earth moment yesterday, spawned by a very specific political situation inside South Korea. But certainly it's an environment globally and more broadly where we're seeing a lot of change because the US is no longer seen as the singular global power on the planet. And so you're seeing the kind of ructions that go on in a world that's adjusting to that. So you're seeing new relationships build and form. You're seeing the chessboard shift, new countries form their own alliances out of this. And you're seeing politics more generally change around the world. You're seeing leaders who are very transactional, who are coming up on an individual basis and not so wedded to a particular party. Maybe they take policies from the left, from the right, and they smush that together. It's their own personal politics that we're seeing. We're seeing the rise of that a lot across Europe and also in parts of Africa, for example. So it's quite a period of change, and maybe we're seeing a bit of that in Asia as well. But certainly it's been a pretty busy week, put it that way, on the geopolitical front.
All right, so let's summarize what we expect to see and hear from France today. What is taking place today, and how should we view it? What's the timetable?
So as you were saying, there is debate that's going on. There's no confidence vote that was brought by both the left and the right in France, joining forces, two groups that really don't like each other very much, but really don't like the budget and the current government. and really want a lot of concessions from Barnier, the Prime Minister, on the fiscal side. And he's given some ground on that, but he's not giving ground on the couple of final demands. And so they've forced this vote. And so you could see the left and the right banding together to get rid of the French government. And the problem is that Barnier does not have the numbers. If the left and right truly do vote the way they say they're going to, then we're going to see the end of this current government in France. And that means that Emmanuel Macron, who seems to be slightly on the fringes in all of this, is going to have to find a new prime minister, someone who's willing to come in after this, and really who would want that task also.
Well, also, even if he finds someone who can do that, aren't they going to wind up in the same spot with the same issues at the same time, which is, do we fast forward to 2027, which is when Macron terms end at that point?
Well, really, the through line to this is the rise of Marine Le Pen. Obviously, her party fared well in the end in the recent parliamentary elections that Emmanuel Macron called a bit out of the blue, surprising people.
But she didn't do as well as he was feared, right?
She did not, and she did well in the first round and less well in the second round. But she's still got a big rump in Parliament, and she's taking it for a spin, as we can see. And she's playing it quite astutely by bringing in the left, again, two ends of the spectrum that don't like each other. And she's really wielding her power. The question is, she doesn't want to be seen as an agent of chaos. She's tried very hard to move away from the idea that she's got more extreme views. She's casting herself, trying in a more palatable way, and not someone who's going to force a lot of chaos. But if she brings down the government of France, there's a question of, does that start to rebound on her? But the longer term trajectory is really 2027, the next presidential election. Macron steps down. Is that the moment that Marine Le Pen steps up?
I'm going to ask the question that I'm going to say 95% of our listeners and viewers want to ask. I'm a man of the people, John. What's the difference between a president and a prime minister in the French government?
Well, the difference used to be smaller under previous administrations. In theory, the president does a lot of the foreign policy, the diplomacy. You can see Macron very focused on events in the Middle East and relationships with other countries. The Prime Minister has the business of the day running the country. So the economy, dealing with labour unions, unrest, all that kind of thing, structural changes to the economy. Macron was very hands-on with previous prime ministers when instead of sort of staying his distance, and in fact was unhappy with how they were running the economy and their policies and budgets. So he came in a lot. With Barnier, he's really been hands-off, and that's again
probably for this exact reason.
Exactly where he is on all of this. But that's technically the differentiation. But the lines are often very blurred.
There you go. You're asking for a friend. This also sort of sets us up for Germany, because Germany has elections next year as well. How does this sort of set the floor?
Well, that's the big question too, because you've got Germany and France both having political instability at the same time. I mean, Germany tends to have a relative level of instability versus others. I mean, it's still Germany. And Germany can survive without a functioning government, which we often see after an election. It takes them many months to get a coalition. There's torturous negotiations that go on, and yet Germany rumbles on. But this is coming against the background of real economic challenge for Germany. We can see weakness in the car sector, questions over manufacturing, fundamental structural challenges for Germany. And so you've got France and Germany dealing with their own problems at the same time. And the backdrop, as you know, is Donald Trump is going to be in the White House very soon. And he'll be looking to Europe and saying, well, what am I going to do there in terms of trade, tariffs? You don't have Europe really focused together at the moment, and that's potentially a big problem.
It's a huge problem, particularly if we wind up stepping back in any way in terms of the U.S., in terms of UN or NATO and funding. Can Germany really step that up? And can France step it up?
Well, interestingly, a lot of countries in Europe have stepped up their defence spending because Donald Trump dinged them the first time around. He was always saying they're not spending enough on their own defence and not carrying their weight in NATO, and the US was doing the bulk of that. So actually, a lot of countries are spending more on defence, but arguably not enough. What they might need to produce for a future where they have to supply Ukraine more directly, where you've still got Russia on the doorstep being quite noisy. There are big questions about Europe's own security, and a lot of talk that Europe needs to stand up for itself and do its own security, but they're not really in a position right now to do that.
All right, Roz, always a pleasure. Lovely to see you in person. I feel like this is the first time I've met you in person.
Possibly.
Isn't that weird? All right, Roz, thanks a lot. Roz Matheson, Bloomberg News Director for Europe, Middle East, and Africa as well. All right, one of the top stories of the day is what happened with United Health. An executive fatally shot in New York City on their investor day. This is according to the New York Police Department. He was shot in the chest a little before 7 a.m. outside the New York Hilton Midtown Hotel. This is according to a person familiar with the matter. We're going to get the latest right after this with Shelley Banjo. She's Bloomberg Managing Editor for Global Business. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, happy Wednesday. Is it Wednesday?
That's what it is.
It's Wednesday. I'm Alex Steele. Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We bring you all the top news in business, economics, and finance through our lens of our Bloomberg Intelligence folks. They cover 2,000 companies, 130 industries all around the world. We also want to cover all the news that Wall Street does need to know, and that includes today United Health, an executive fatally shot in New York City on Investor Day. Brian Thompson is a longtime United Health Group executive, and he was shot on Wednesday morning. Joining us now is Shelley Banjo, Bloomberg Managing Editor for Global Business. Shelley, give us more facts. What do we know?
Yeah, this is an incredible story. Early this morning, around 7 a.m., the CEO of one of United Health's biggest insurance units was shot right as he was going to the hotel where he was about to give a presentation for Investor Day. What's even more shocking is that the Investor Day went on. Things, the preparations kept going. 250 people filed into a hotel. people began giving speeches, and then it wasn't until around 9:10 in the morning when they cut short the investor day and started sending everyone home. And so what we're trying to figure out now is where is this alleged shooter to begin with? NYPD is still looking, and the investigation is ongoing. What was the motive of this person? We still don't know why. We know at least initial reports from the NYPD are that that the shooter, that this was a targeted situation. It wasn't that he got clipped by a bullet or something like that. This was someone who was waiting for Thompson to arrive and who shot him within 20 feet of him.
Shelley, when do we expect to hear from the NYPD with whatever information they have?
So the mayor recently had a press conference, didn't really address this, has given a couple of comments. The NYPD is going to address folks a little bit later today. They've sent out a statement, but the investigation is ongoing, and so they don't have a ton of information yet. But we expect to hear something probably in the next couple of hours.
Do we have any insight into how the search is going?
Not yet. I mean, they have pulled camera footage. Some of those photos are starting to go around. A lot of it is unconfirmed still, and getting people's accounts of what they might have seen. A big swath of Midtown Manhattan was blocked off. It was pretty empty, and New York City just sort of keeps going on. At the same time, it is important to note there's a whole bunch of conferences going on this week in New York City. Also, a bunch of people in town for holiday parties and things like that. So there's a lot of corporate execs and security that is being tightened.
And Shelley, I'm thinking about that part of town, 7th Avenue, 54th Street, right smack in the middle of Midtown Manhattan. And for those folks that aren't familiar with New York City, it's during the holidays, just a tremendous amount of tourists around that area. What's the police presence like there right now? I would imagine pretty much all over the place.
So we have a couple of reporters down there right now, and it is quite hefty. But what is interesting, and sort of, we did have one of our reporters staying there visiting who said, she just walked right by because she's used to that sort of heavy police presence in Midtown Manhattan around this time of year. So it does. It is a lot of police around Midtown, but it doesn't necessarily feel like it's any different than any other sort of holiday day.
Right, and it also is the tree lighting ceremony tonight as well, so there's going to be increased police presence all over the place. Shelley, can you walk us through the logistics of what we knew before this happened? I mean, this was still an investor day for United Health, right?
That's exactly right. So United Health, put out a whole bunch of news last night and into today, talking about their forecasts and how they were doing, and the insurance business in general has not been doing great. United Health has had a number of issues over the last year relating to hacks, relating to the insurance business, relating to investigations by government officials. So it has been quite a year for United Health, and from what we're hearing so far initially is that the company is very much in shock.
All right, Shelley, thank you so much for joining us there. Shelley Banjo, Bloomberg News, giving us the latest reporting. And I think to move this story further in terms of understanding, I guess the next event will be, again, that NYPD press conference, or presumably we'll get some more information there. But I guess the question number one, or one of the top two questions, is A, what do you know about the suspect and the whereabouts? And then number two, is there any information on motive?
Yep.
So on.
Yep, and we'll bring any news to you as that crosses, and we'll be paying attention to any news that comes out from the presser, which will eventually take place. Within the markets, though, Paul, it's quite interesting. We had a 55th record high yesterday on the S&P. There's a good chance that we're going to hit another record high today as well. And the question really becomes, what's leading it? Right. And I was reading a couple notes that it's twofold. One, it's definitely FOMO, the retail guys getting in and pushing it forward. But the other one is sort of the fund buying and mechanical buying. And they're both acting together. And that's making everyone nervous, but no one's going to want to stand in front of that.
There's got to be some window dressing aspect to it, which might go to your point on the fund and kind of some of these funds coming in here, because you have the S&P 500, up about 26% this year to date, 27% year to date. And boy, if you get to the end of the year and you don't have a portfolio that looks like the market to some degree, you're going to have a lot of things to answer for from your shareholders and fund holders. So I think there might be some of that year-end chasing there of this market a little bit. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. But then you get some good names like Salesforce.com comes out with another strong number and latches its wagon onto that AI train, and there you go.
Yep. You know what has been struggling, though, is small caps did not do well yesterday. So watch that as well. You had Bank of America calling that waiting for Godot. And like, you always want to invest in the small cap rally for the long term, but it always seems to wind up failing you. All right, coming up, we got a lot more coming up on Bloomberg Intelligence. We're going to go back to Paris to see how the potential vote will be unfolding in Parliament.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are two big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, happy Wednesday, everybody. I'm Alex Steele alongside Paul Sweeney and John Tucker. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We have a great second hour lined up for you as well. All right, coming up, we're going to go back to Paris to discuss the no-vote confidence for Prime Minister Michel Barnier. The vote has not yet started, yet the debate is underway. We'll take you right there. Mark Champion, Bloomberg Opinion columnist, will also be joining us for his take on what we're seeing in geopolitics. Plus, Liz Hart is president of leasing for North America. We're going to get the take on commercial real estate, and we're going to take you back to Midtown Manhattan on United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson fatally shot in Manhattan. We'll get the latest on what to expect. In the meantime, let's get you caught up here with a business flash. For that, we go to John Tucker.
All right, stock index is rising toward more records. Tech companies talking about how much AI is boosting their results. So the S&P 500, as you mentioned, Alex, on track to set an all-time high for the 56th time this year after coming off 10 gains just in the last 11 days. Salesforce helping pull the market higher after delivering stronger revenue for the latest quarter than analysts expected. And then you have Marvell Technology jumping after delivering better results than expected. The CEO there, Matt Murphy, said the semiconductor supplier is seeing strong demand from AI. Nadia Lovell at UBS remains bullish with a little dose of caution.
U.S. exceptionalism will continue. We expect this market to continue to move higher. But I will say that it's an indication as well that investors should brace for more volatility potentially in 2025. We have increase in cross currents as we head into next year.
Among the data, report on the service industries, the biggest part of the economy, signaling slower growth. ISM non-manufacturing index for November posting the first drop since June. Orders slowed, as also did gauges of exports, employment, and the overall business activity. Right now, the S&P 500, 24 points higher. That's up 0.4%. We're 6,074 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 176 points. That's up 0.4%. The Nasdaq 100 up just about 1%, 204 points higher. The two-year yield, 2 basis points lower. That's at 4.15. The 10-year right now is unchanged at 4.22. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Alex, at 11:30 a.m., Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch, Chief of Department Jeffrey Madre, and Chief of Detectives Joseph Kenney will provide an update regarding the homicide. And they're going to do that from the confines of the Midtown North Precinct. ABC, which is handling the feed, they're advising that this might get pushed back to noon Eastern time.
Okay, so we'll bring that to you, though, when it crosses.
Absolutely. As John was just reporting, we've got positive movement here in the equity markets. The S&P up about 0.3%, 0.4%. Nora Melinda joins us. She covers the equity markets for Bloomberg News. Nora, what are you looking at in this market today?
Well, a quick update on United Health Group shares. We're seeing shares up as much as 2.9% today, but they have pared a bit of their gains up about 0.6% right now. This is after they forecast earnings for 2025 that were in line with Wall Street expectations. But this is signaling that there are some rising medical costs that still have yet to be considered, and they continue to hurt results for this healthcare giant. I mean, we're also seeing stricter federal payment policies that are expected to continue hurting the company. But of course, we did get that news today as well about the fatal shooting of Brian Thompson, and that is something that's still been in focus, especially with today being the investor day. So lots to keep an eye on here. But I also wanted to take a look at the food space. So
yeah, let's do it.
I'm looking at Campbell's, that's ticker CPB. We are seeing shares lower this morning, down as much as 6.1%. That's the most intraday since June of last year. This is after the company reported first quarter net sales that missed expectations, and they're primarily pointing toward their snacks business. But not only that, they also announced the fact that their CEO will be departing from the company. He is actually going to be heading to lead the NFL's Washington Commanders. And Citi analysts are saying that this is one of the more unusual career pivots that they've seen in the food space that they can recall.
When I was on set, when the first headline came across with the CEO thing, and I was like, wait, what? That can't, what? We all just kind of ignored it. And then the earnings came out. We're like, oh, no, that was real. Just kidding.
It was real. Well, they'll now be appointing Mick, and he'll be the CEO, succeeding Mark Klaus, who's been hired as the president, of course, of the Commanders here. So keeping an eye there, and we are seeing shares of the company up about 0.6% when we're looking at it on a year-to-date basis.
There's, just on a kind of somewhat associated note, there's reporting that the Washington Commanders ownership is thinking about bringing back the Redskins name and the Redskins logo.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, that's interesting.
So how long did this last? It's only been, what, a couple years?
At
this point that we've had the name Commanders?
So
That's really interesting. Yeah.
So.
Speaking of food,
yes,
I'm going to move on from sports. Not that I didn't love that analogy. Chipotle apparently also going to raise some prices here.
They are. I mean, we're seeing shares higher this morning, rising as much as 5%. That's the highest intraday level in more than 5 months. When we're looking at this company, I mean, the company has risen about 40% this year, but they are saying that they will be hiking prices at select stores about at least 2% worldwide. And this is great news, of course, for people who are really looking to see prices increase and seeing more positivity and growth coming from this company.
Paul,
here.
are you checking your local Chipotle menu? Is that what's happening
It's
right
Wednesday.
now?
That means I go to Chipotle.
Oh, okay. So like you're
sure.
gonna let me know.
Specified day.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's a creature of habit, this
I
guy.
am.
I mean,
Are you
so
bowl,
am I, so-
burrito? What are the...
2 hard tacos with chicken.
Wow.
He used to have 3, but then they increased the size, and now
It's
he's
a
down
whole
to
thing.
2. And
Oh my goodness.
It's a whole thing.
It's a long
Can I
conversation.
But you'll
just
still
bring
be-
along some of the details CNN was reporting with the shooting, that the gunman used a silencer, according to the police.
Oh, wow.
Which is kind of interesting,
Yes.
the implications there. But,
Wow. All right. Well, thanks for that, John Tucker. And again, there will be police commissioner and the chief of detectives are going to provide an update regarding the homicide at the Midtown North Precinct. We don't quite know when, but let's just say within the next hour, we will keep you updated on those details as they cross. All right, let's get to more geopolitical risk here, and that we go to France. Currently, there is a debate underway as to whether or not the Prime Minister, Michel Barnier, keeps his seat with the right and the left unifying against him after he pushed through a budget. Caroline Conan joins us on the ground outside the National Assembly. Okay, what do we know so far?
Marine Le Pen is actually speaking right now at the National Assembly after this motion of no confidence was presented earlier by the leader of the far left, Éric Coquerel, who said to Michel Barnier, who is present in this hemicycle, he told him, you will fall with dishonor. That's what he said. Obviously, we know that this motion of no confidence should be backed in theory by both the National Rally and the far left, so both the extremes. And together, joining forces, also with the center left, they will probably make this Barnier government collapse in the next couple of hours.
So I guess the question for a lot of folks is, okay, then what happens? What happens the day after?
In fact, even tonight, because Emmanuel Macron, the president, is coming back from Saudi Arabia. He's going to land approximately around 8 p.m. French time. That's 2 p.m. ET. That's probably around when we will know the outcome of this vote of no confidence. Then he's going to have to name a new prime minister, probably quickly this time, because last time it took 2 months to name and find Michel Barnier after the snap elections in July. This time he doesn't have that much time in order to reassure investors, to reassure the markets, to reassure the world about the image of France with the investors and whether you can still do investments in France. He needs to act very quickly. Some are talking about 24 hours to announce a new prime minister. Now the question is actually, even if there is a new prime minister, who is it going to be? Is it going to be someone from the center left who can actually talk to the left wing? Is it going to be again someone from the center who has no majority? Are we going to see another motion of no confidence against this next prime minister before the end of the month? It's not impossible.
Who's on the short list? Do we know yet?
Oh, there are a few names circulating, and in fact, between July and September, last time, there were lots of names as well circulating. Some of them are coming back. For example, a former socialist prime minister, Bernard Cazeneuve. Last time, the left didn't want him because they said, well, he's too center-left, not far left enough. But obviously, Macron's party doesn't want anyone too close to the extreme. Then you have François Bayrou. He's a centrist, the head of the Modem centrist party, used to run several times for presidential candidate. He's about Barnier's generation, 73 years old, so that means he doesn't have big political ambitions for 2027. So someone neutral like that could possibly work. Some people are also talking about the defense minister, Sébastien Lecornu. That could be an option, but he could be considered a bit too close to Emmanuel Macron.
Caroline, what's the feeling on the street? Do people are people following this very closely? How important is it to the average French person?
We're just outside in the garden of the National Assembly, but if you go inside, it's like filled with journalists. We couldn't even find a spot. It's like hundreds of journalists actually waiting for this. And if you talk to people outside in the streets, they're very interested in this debate. A lot of the French were actually pretty happy about the nomination of Michel Barnier, but he didn't manage without a majority to do anything with this parliament. So it's kind of 50-50. They want Macron to do something towards the people, to show that he's listening to the street, he's listening to the extreme, the far left, the far right, what they're demanding. But at the same time, they're very, very worried about this uncertainty that is creating.
All right, Caroline, really appreciate that. Caroline Conan joining us, Bloomberg French TV reporter, joining us outside the National Assembly. We'll bring you any updates as they cross. I asked Raz Matheson in the last hour, sort of, what did we learn about the political turmoil globally? What's the link between what we're seeing in France, what we saw in South Korea yesterday, along with other instability all across, say, the Middle East? And her response was, well, maybe we're learning what it looks like when America no longer leads, when they sort of take more of a back seat. I wanted to get more on that with Mark Champion, Bloomberg opinion columnist, and he joins us now. Mark, do you agree with that we're learning what a post-America strength world looks like?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. You know, if you look at what's been going on, you know, particularly in Syria, where you know, rebels were able to sort of restart the civil war there, and that was because of a whole range of things that have been happening. You know, nobody asks the U.S. anymore. You know, what they can or can't do. The U.S. isn't really holding the ring, and you know, for better or worse, that means that local regional players like Turkey, for example, which backs the rebels, are able to make their own moves. Iran obviously has with regard to Israel with regard to Syria and Iran and Lebanon. Hezbollah was kind of taken out of the picture in Syria because of the Israeli actions. The Iranians themselves are weaker because of what the Israelis have been up to. So you just have a lot of moving parts all at the same time as different regional players try to assert their perceived national interests. And you now have lots of countries that are willing to use force when perhaps they shouldn't. It's not legal. They're not doing the right thing. We kind of got used to the U.S. doing that in Iraq and different places where so it would act abroad without agreement from the UN Security Council. So strictly speaking, whatever that they did without that was illegal. And now we see lots of countries doing it.
Mark, when speaking to your sources around the world, is the expectation that this trend may maybe even accelerate with the second Trump presidency in terms of, kind of America first type of policy?
Yes, I think that's quite likely. Essentially, Trump is a nationalist. Marine Le Pen is a nationalist in France, and it's her initiative to bring down the government there. Most of these, Benjamin Netanyahu is an Israeli nationalist. So what we're seeing is really a trend of nationalisms. And so long as the kind of liberal U.S. order was the enemy, many of those players could get along, even if they have conflicting interests. Like Tayyip Erdogan in Turkey has lots of conflicting interests with Vladimir Putin in Russia, but they were able to get along. And now, when you have a nationalist also in the White House, pushing U.S. interests where those are seen as stark, and then withdrawing from the Middle East to the extent that they can, from Syria perhaps. Trump wanted to do that when he was in power last time. Then you may see this accelerate.
To that point, is there any other Western leader that can fill that void? It does feel like, to some extent, French President Emmanuel Macron is trying to do such a thing, but domestic politics there are a mess as well.
Essentially, no is the answer. There is no, Western leader that can fill the void that's left when the U.S. steps back. Macron was sort of the great hope for the sort of liberal center. After Angela Merkel left in Germany, but he's become very weak, and what's happened now is really sort of underscoring that. The original sin in this whole French crisis really was Macron's decision to call a snap election after his party did very poorly in European elections. He didn't have to do that. He did, and everything has kind of has followed from that because he ended up with a parliament that he can't control.
So, any value in kind of looking ahead 6 to 12 months of how a French government might look?
Gosh, I really couldn't do that. We don't have presidential elections until 2027, and I doubt that we will see Macron resign between now and then. It's not inconceivable, but I doubt it. So he is the guy who has to appoint the prime minister to try and form a government. So I think what's more likely is that we see a number of governments formed and collapsed between now and then. And in the meantime, you have these special laws that will allow the country to continue because they'll be able to draw enough money to keep the country running, but they won't be able to do anything of substance or to reshape a trajectory for the budget deficit, which is really quite worrying over the longer term, if not the short.
So do we get another Liz Truss moment, but in France this time?
Well, I don't think so right now. Okay. Like I say, what you if the government falls, and it almost certainly will, I think, today, what you're likely to see is these special laws come into effect, and that so that will just will keep us where we are, and the budget deficit on the trajectory it's currently on. What Liz Truss did was to suddenly, promise to punch all kinds of holes in the finances of the country all at once, and it was something new, and that caused the bond markets to really really shy off.
Yep. All right, Mark, thank you so much for joining us. Mark Champion, he's a columnist for Bloomberg Opinion. You can find his work on the Bloomberg Terminal and at Bloomberg.com/opinion for Mark's work and the work of all of Bloomberg Opinion. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg News with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Right now, you have 6 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500 higher. Information technology leading the way. Salesforce, the best performing individual stock in the S&P 500, just over 9% higher right now. Software company reporting fiscal third quarter results. They beat on a number of metrics, also delivered an outlook that's seen as positive. Marvel Technology shares reaching a record high. The company reporting better than expected results. Also strong earnings forecast driven by demand for AI computing. Right now it is up 21%. S&P 500, 25 points higher. That's up 0.4%. 6,075 on the index and on track for another record close if this keeps up. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 245 points, and that is up 0.6%. The Nasdaq 100, 194 points higher. That is up 0.9%. And just to update on this continuing story, waiting for a police briefing on the fatal shooting of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson this morning. Took place outside the New York Hilton Midtown. Police say it was a targeted shooting. The shooter is waiting for Thompson as he arrived at an investor conference this morning. And then you have CNN reporting that the shooter fired multiple times with a silencer and fled on a bicycle. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, and we're streaming live on YouTube as well, so check us out there. You can do that. We love talking about commercial real estate all around this country because it's such a dynamic business and it's undergone a tremendous amount of change, particularly resulting from the pandemic as this industry tries to continue its recovery and reinvention. And we love talking to some good, smart people about that. We got that today. Liz Hart, she's over at Newmark. She's the president of leasing for North America, and that's U.S. and Canada. Abigail DeLulo joins us, too. She's our market correspondent in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. So, Liz, let's step back, and as we think about the last few years, been very difficult for certain parts of commercial real estate, not all, but certainly like office, for example. I know as you, as an industry, are always looking forward. What's the view forward for commercial real estate in this country?
We really see 2025 as the year that real estate gets redefined. We're 5 years post the pandemic. Yep. We're putting that all behind us now. People have experimented with different ways to view commercial real estate, and now it's really about setting the value and creating the value going forward. So across key urban markets, particularly New York and San Francisco, we're seeing demand that we haven't seen in 5 years, which is a really good thing to see because that demand will start to create future value in those assets.
What kind of demand? What are you hearing?
In terms of demand, I think the most active segments of the market are still financial services across the country. Also, technology has a very strong and growing portion of demand. So we're seeing both of that.
So relative to Newmark, let's back up for a moment. Publicly traded company, one of the top real estate advisory firms in the country. Lots of different businesses. What's the main business? And in terms of this thesis about 2025 being the reset, what are the data points that you're seeing?
Well, we've certainly created a purposeful kit of different parts that will come together to drive our business forward. So we're number one in capital markets across the country. As you're looking at what's going to happen in the debt markets and what's happening with the debt that will be maturing in the next year, there will be an onslaught of capital markets activity that will happen across the country, and that will really reset the value. And that mixed with tenant demand is what's going to drive the business forward. So we think the services business is going to have really spectacular years in 25 and 26.
So in terms of being the top capital markets, that means you're actually doing these financings, because we keep hearing and talking about this, let's call it $1 trillion to $1.5 trillion wall of maturities coming, but there's been some extend and pretend. Yep. So you'll be very much involved in that activity?
Yes, we have an incredibly active debt market team right now, and they've traded $1 billion just in office to resi conversions alone in the last couple of months. So we're seeing that turn on. So where last year it was a lot of, hey, what are we going to do next? It's starting to hit trades and then actually move forward. And we think that that's really optimistic for the year ahead.
Where the part within commercial real estate, where's the growth? Where's the opportunity? Because I still feel like in office, I'm not sure if maybe we're starting to form a bottom, but we haven't seen a ton of activity. But I know there are other parts that are working.
Yeah, I mean, I think the opportunity is, trophy's been talked about a lot, so we know there's opportunity in trophy. But right below that, there's a category that's being repositioned right now towards having more amenities and being better space. That definitely is a segment of the market that we think there's a lot of opportunity, particularly in places like Seattle, San Francisco, Boston, where you do see the demand picking up at such a large level. So that would be one category. We also see a lot of opportunity in office to resi conversion that can happen. We're tracking probably about 2% of the market could be converted, and 2% sounds like a lot, and I'm a leasing broker, so you're probably wondering, why is a leasing broker advocating for an office to resi conversion? But when you have 20% of availability across the entire market, there's still a lot of space that companies can transact on from an office perspective, but we have 4 to 7 million homes that are missing in America, and so if we can take that real estate and reposition it, I think that's really an exciting part of what we'd see in 25. But it's unlikely to happen without the assistance of tax abatements, government interference, and really pushing this forward. Like, we're going to have to do this together.
I was going to say, I've heard that the convergence there isn't as easy as it may sound, that it's a lot more complicated, particularly like windows and like central air and like moving walls and stuff.
It's physically very complicated, which is why you don't see it happening on even a larger part. But what's interesting is we started tinkering this more and more post-pandemic, and there's some very notable projects that will set the blueprint going forward that are delivering this year, including 25 Water in New York City. So we really see this as being something that will pick up.
As our markets correspondent, also with this real estate beat, I, of course, took a look at Newmark Stark, because we don't talk to a lot of real estate folks who are around publicly trading companies, or at least that's not something that I've done in my coverage so far over the last year and a half. But it's really interesting. So you went public in 2017, then up, and then down, and then up, and then down about 65% on the real estate downturn, but then up almost 200% off of that bottom into today. Still a little bit below your record high, but it tells me that some of those smart investors out there are seeing something similar to what you're talking about in 2025 being redefined. Do you have a sense for why people are gobbling up your stock like this?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's certainly a sentiment in the market that the markets are improving, but also Newmark has a very big strategy focused on top talent, and that's something that's very differentiated from a lot of our peers. So with AI and all the changes that are happening, we're still doubling down and investing in the downturn and top talent, and I think that's incredibly important as we recover, because fundamentally those people are the ones that are making the decisions about how to reprice and how to think about what the value creation is going forward. We really know how to create alpha for our clients, and I think that's what we're seeing people be attracted to in our stock.
Let's say I'm out in middle America, I'm a developer, I want to put up a multi-family whatever. Is my bank going to lend me the money? Where am I going to get the capital for that these days?
It depends on the situation, so it's obviously very unique on every single asset, but we are seeing debt and equity enter the market again, because now that we have enough data points to know where the market is, people know how to price things, right? I think the uncertainty of yesterday is now behind us, and it's really about moving forward. That doesn't mean every project will pencil. It doesn't mean that every project will be at the same value that it was before. It just means there's an opportunity to move forward and create the next chapter.
Where are the problem points still?
I mean, the debt that's maturing is still the problem point, because that's when the value is changing. And so there's this really interesting mix, and I can give a specific example from a building actually in San Francisco where the debt was just too high. It was too high for anyone to do a transaction. But there was a willing tenant willing to take 100,000 square feet in a building that they loved, right? Everything else worked, but the capital structure below just didn't support it. I think, there was a little bit of a standoff, and you can see that standoff being something that was really present in 23 and 24 because there was no way to move forward. But now I think people have realized, like, we are where we are, so we've got to move. And I think we'll start seeing some of those become more liquid in the market, and people just realizing, like, yesterday's value is gone and I've got to move forward because I'm not able to meet the demand in the market today.
So with that standoff, like, if we use that example, who caved? Like, how does that resolve?
In that situation, actually, interestingly enough, neither caved, and the tenant went somewhere else and created the value for someone else, right? And then I guess there's this saying in commercial real estate that the best amenity is a well-capitalized landlord. And, that's probably going to continue to be true in 25, 26, and for the next several years as this readjustment happens. But the fact that the demand is in the market does mean there's a lot of opportunity.
Are we seeing equity people come in and say, at this value, I'm ready to put in equity into this building, and lender, you're just going to have to work something out, and the lender's willing to work something out? Because,
Certainly.
I mean, because the lender at the end of the day will have to take a haircut. The original equity people are going to take a haircut. But if fresh equity is ready to come in, because I would guess there's a lot of smart money out there that says, boy, 50% markdown, I'm in.
There's a lot of smart money out there, and a lot of it is coming in places like San Francisco would be a great example of that, right? Where you can trade down and get something that will go for the next generation to create value.
So this is certainly a news-heavy cycle and year. President-elect Trump going to be taking office in January. What's the effect? I've been dying to know. What's the effect going to be on real estate? If rates go higher but less regulation, what is the buzz out there?
Yeah, I think commercial real estate largely sees Trump as being pro-growth, as many people do. And so that's a positive for our industry. But I think for commercial real estate, what also matters in addition to the national election is what's happening at the local level. So seeing half of the urban mayors switch in the last election cycle, seeing people like Daniel Lurie who are pro-business, pro-safety, pro-transportation coming into office, that's really what starts to turn our cities on.
Regulation-wise, there are some that said that in this election year that the regulation on regional banks was relatively lax because of the presidential cycle, but that it could come on. Do you see any problems with the regional banks in the coming year? Any kind of a crisis of sorts similar to the Silicon Valley situation last year?
I think that the large crisis point is behind us because now people are willing to realize that the values have changed and that we're moving forward. But certainly there could be some bumpiness in the next 24 months.
You just moved to New York City.
I did.
From San Francisco.
I did.
Give us the expert view on just San Francisco. I mean, where are we? Has it bottomed? Is it coming back? What's driving it? What's good? What's bad?
I would say never bet against San Francisco. It's a very resilient economy. It has been since the gold rush, as you know. It is coming back. I think if you look at Market Street's the big thoroughfare in San Francisco. 2 years ago, everyone said, Market Street's dead. It's never coming back. Write it off. Well, what's happened in the last 12 months? One end, the city anchored it because they're coming back to the office 5 days a week. At the midpoint, Notion, which is a growing AI company, just took a very large lease from Brookfield, resetting that building to have increasing value. And on the other end, you have groups like BXP, who are doing amazing work with the city of San Francisco to redo the plaza and make sure that it's safe for people who are coming and going from the downtown core right next to that rich transit of the ferry building coming and going. So you see these signs across. It's just a fill-in from there. And the streetscape still feels incredibly vibrant in San Francisco. So the other thing I really like right now is Daniel Lurie is calling leaders to participate in government, including people like Sam Altman, who are on his transition team, but he's also bringing back other businesses into San Francisco, making sure it's not just too reliant on the tech economy, but finance, legal, other sectors coming in and being vibrant in that city.
So speaking of San Francisco, Amy Price, president of BGO, joined us maybe about 2 months ago or so, and she's one of the well-known voices, people in the commercial real estate space. And she said that she believes this fourth quarter is the bottom. She called it definitively from her view in about 15 seconds or so. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree completely. She's right.
There you go.
Well, that was 15 seconds or less.
Works.
We appreciate that. All right. Both, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Liz Hart, Newmark, president of North America Leasing. We very much appreciate it. Definitely come back. Thanks so much, Abigail Doolittle, joining us from Bloomberg. All right, we do have a press release from United Health and a statement of today's events. They're commenting on the CEO, Brian Thompson's passing. He headed up the insurance unit there. The group says that they're working closely with the NYPD and they confirm that Brian Thompson has passed. They are deeply saddened and shocked at the passing of Brian Thompson. We're going to bring you an update right after this with Miles Miller, managing editor at Bloomberg News. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg News with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Rally in tech shares driving stocks higher. The S&P 500 right now on track for its 56th record close this year. Gauge of the so-called Magnificent Seven mega caps, extending the surge to 62% since the start of the year. You have Salesforce and Marvell Technology jumping after their earnings results. Meantime, the impact of the incoming administration on markets kind of up in the air, according to Lori Heinel at State Street.
Too early to tell. I mean, obviously there are a number of cross currents in what the Trump administration is proposing that could be a threat to what we've seen as a soft landing so far. But until we actually have the ink dried on some of those policies, it's hard to know how those crosswinds will actually impact the real economy.
Right now, the S&P 500, 22 points higher. That is up 0.4%, 6,072 on the index. Again, if we stay on course, it'll be another record close today. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 233 points. That is a rise of 0.5%. And the NASDAQ 100 right now up 173 points. That's a rise of 0.8%. Two-year yield, 4 basis points lower. That's at 413. The 10-year yield, 2 basis points lower. United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson fatally shot in the chest by a man at Hilton Midtown in Manhattan. United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson fatally shot in the chest by a masked gunman. And we were just seeing images, new surveillance camera images of the shooting suspect. Shows a shooter on a bicycle, hooded sweatshirt, with a pistol and what looks like a silencer attached. And raises all sorts of questions here. So again, a news conference awaiting that at Midtown North. That is expected to happen at any point this morning. And we check the markets for you and other stuff all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City, Midtown. We're also streaming live on YouTube as well, as John was just reporting. We are expecting a press conference from the NYPD any moment now, and when that starts, we will bring that to you. We're going to get some more reporting on this story. United Healthcare executive fatally shot in New York City on Investor Day. Miles Miller joins us, Bloomberg News. He's been covering this story for us along with a team of reporters. Miles, there's so much more we don't know, but what do we know at this point?
So, what is confirmed this morning is that before 7 this morning, so about 6:54, Brian Thompson is walking into the Hilton Hotel. It's at that point where he's confronted by this masked gunman who arrived on a bike, and he is shot at approximately about 20 feet away. Now, we know that the gunman was able to get away on that bike, counterflow down 55th Street, so riding against traffic.
All right, hey, Miles, we actually going to break away because we have the press conference beginning in Midtown Manhattan. Let's go to that NYPD.
And as the victim was walking to the conference hotel, the suspect approached from behind and fired several rounds, striking the victim at least once in the back and at least once in the right calf. Many people passed the suspect, but he appeared to wait for his intended target. The suspect fled, first on foot, then on an e-bike, and was last seen in Central Park on Center Drive early this morning. The victim was removed to Roosevelt Hospital, where he was pronounced. We've been in touch with his family, his friends, and his colleagues, and they are very much in our thoughts and prayers at this hour. The full investigative efforts of the New York City Police Department are well underway, and we will not rest until we identify and apprehend the shooter in this case. The women and men of the NYPD take enormous pride in the work that they do each day and each night to drive down crime and violence in our city. Right now, we are asking the public for your help. If you have any information about this case, call Crime Stoppers at 800-577-TIPS. We have increased the reward in this case to $10,000. I want to be clear. At this time, every indication is that this was a premeditated, pre-planned, targeted attack. Millions of people will be enjoying the tree lighting tonight, among other holiday events, and the NYPD will be out there with them, keeping them safe. For some preliminary details about today's tragic incident, I pass it over to our Chief of Detectives, Chief Joe Kenny.
Thank you, Commissioner. The information I'm about to give you is preliminary as our investigation is continuing. This morning at 6:46 a.m., patrol officers from Midtown North Precinct responded to a 911 call of a person shot in front of the Hilton Hotel located at 1335 Avenue of the Americas. This is between West 53rd Street and West 54th Street. At 6:48 a.m., officers arrive and find the victim, Brian R. Thompson, a 50-year-old male, on the sidewalk in front of the Hilton with gunshot wounds to his back and leg. Mr. Thompson was removed by EMS to Roosevelt Hospital, where he was pronounced dead at 7:12 a.m. Mr. Thompson is the CEO of United Healthcare and resides in Minnesota. Detectives from Night Watch, Midtown North Detective Squad, and Manhattan South Homicide responded to the scene and began their investigation. What we know is that the shooter arrived at the location on foot about 5 minutes prior to the victim's arrival. He stands alongside the building line as numerous other people and pedestrians pass him by. From video, we see at 6:44 a.m., the victim is walking alone towards the Hilton after exiting his hotel across the street. We believe the victim was headed to the Hilton Hotel to attend the United Health Group Investors Conference that was scheduled to start at 8 a.m. The shooter appears to be a light-skinned male. He's wearing a light brown or cream-colored jacket, a black face mask, black and white sneakers, and a very distinctive gray backpack. The shooter steps onto the sidewalk from behind the car. He ignores numerous other pedestrians, approaches the victim from behind, and shoots him in the back. The shooter then walks toward the victim and continues to shoot. It appears that the gun malfunctions as he clears the jam and begins to fire again. The shooter then flees on foot northbound into an alleyway between 54th Street and 55th Street. Once at West 55th Street, the shooter continues to walk westbound on Avenue of the Americas, where he gets onto an electric e-city bike and rides northbound on the Avenue of Americas towards Central Park, where at 6:48 a.m., we have the shooter riding this bike into Central Park at Center Drive. At the scene, we recover 3 live 9mm rounds and 3 discharged 9mm shell casings. The motive for this murder currently is unknown, but based on the evidence we have so far, it does appear that the victim was specifically targeted, but at this point, we do not know why. This does not appear to be a random act of violence. We are seeking information from the public to help identify the shooter. As the Commissioner said, we have upped the reward up to $10,000 for information. You're urged to contact Crime Stoppers at 1-800-577-TIPS. All information will be kept anonymous. Thank you very much.
All right, well, we're going to open up to a couple of questions. We're going to start off with Shimon, CNN.
So it's about an hour and 20 minutes before the start of the conference. Is there any indication that he was going to meet someone? Because it's pretty early. Is he on his way to meet someone there at the conference?
He leaves the hotel dressed like he's going to be attending the conference. We're working with his co-workers and other people that he planned on attending the conference with to get that information. But as of right now, he's in charge of the conference, so we believe he was getting there to help set up.
And then just the city bike, if I may. Do we know where that city bike is now? Does he dock it or does he keep riding it?
We're still tracking video. The last we see with him on that bike is in Central Park.
Is there a way to track that bike?
There are GPSs on those bikes. We'll be working with the company.
All right, we're going to move over with NJ Birkin.
Chief, were any words exchanged? If so, what were the words? And I'm told a cell phone was recovered in an alleyway on his escape route. Does that appear to be connected to the suspect?
We're working through that cell phone. Obviously, we'll be processing it forensically. And as far as words being exchanged, we do not have audio of the incident. We only have the regular video.
But nothing from witnesses?
Nothing from, well, there was one witness standing right next to the victim when he was shot. We're still trying to identify that victim. Excuse me, that witness.
We're going to go over to Aaron Katursky.
Thank you. Chief, was he checked into the hotel across the street alone? Was he in the city alone? Was he accompanied by anybody? Did he have any known enemies or anyone that you've been able to find so far?
Like I said, we're reaching out to law enforcement in Minnesota, and we're also interviewing his co-workers and family members to see if there have been any specific threats against him in the past. As far as who was he in the hotel with, we're doing a search warrant in his hotel room right now. That might lead us, give us some more information.
All right, we're going to go over to Dean Moses.
based on the surveillance we've seen of this individual, do you feel like he's professional? You mentioned that he did a bullet spell. Do you feel like this was a professional individual who took this man's life? And also, will it affect in any way the tree line tonight?
I'll answer the part about whether or not he's a professional. That, we have no way of knowing that. From watching the video, it does seem that he's proficient in the use of firearms, as he was able to clear the malfunctions pretty quickly. But as far as the tree lighting, I'll leave that to Chief Magic.
Yes. Good morning, Dean. Just really quick, this incident will not affect the tree lighting. The tree lighting is slated to start at 7 p.m. The show, the actual lighting of the tree will be close at 10 o'clock, actually 9:55 p.m. We will have a massive police presence out there around Rockefeller Center from 52nd Street all the way down to 47th Street. We will have plainclothes out there, a plainclothes detail out there. We will have our CRC assets, our strategic response group assets. We will have our intel division out there, a lot of assets out there to make sure people can come out and have a good time. And we're going to have additional police officers in the subways as well, so people can take mass transit to make it easier to travel into the city and enjoy the tree. This is a terrible event, but we're going to go on, and people are going to enjoy the tree lighting tonight.
All right, we're going to move over to Marsha Kramer.
I wonder if you could tell me, the mayor said that there was evidence recovered at the scene that would indicate that this was not a random event. I wonder if you could tell me what that evidence was. And by looking at the gun, it appears that there's a silencer on the gun. Was there a silencer on the gun? And does this indicate not only that it was premeditated, but this is somebody who knew his way around guns and might have been a professional?
Once again, we won't know that until we complete our investigation and identify the shooter or recover that firearm. You see a glimpse of the gun in video, so we're not able to make a determination on whether or not a silencer was used on that quick glimpse of video. We can't tell from that little glimpse of video. I'm not going to commit to saying that at this time. That would be part of our investigation. There's a cell phone recovered in the alleyway, and once again, we will process that forensically and see if it comes back to this shooting.
So you don't think that the cell phone was part of Brian Thompson's, was on Brian?
Once again, this investigation is less than 5 hours old. That will be part of our investigation.
All right, we're going to go to Joe Marino, New York Post.
Chief, do we know when Thompson arrived in New York City? My understanding is he was staying close by to the Hilton, but not at the Hilton. And has anything in the reverse video canvas indicated that these two individuals crossed paths at all?
As of right now, based on the current video that we do have, it doesn't appear that they crossed paths, and he arrived in New York on Monday.
All right, we're going to take 2 or 3 more. We're going to go Rocco, Daily News.
Chief, did he typically travel with a security detail? And even though it's early, is there anything to indicate that there had been issues with, let's say, a patient who was denied coverage, either back in Minnesota or more recently, someone who lives here?
From speaking to other employees that traveled with him to New York, it doesn't seem that he had a security detail. He left the hotel by himself, was walking, didn't seem like he had any issues at all. So I don't think he did not have a security detail.
And as far as denied coverage, I know that's typically an issue with these major companies. Any reason to believe he had been the subject of a threat?
Once again, we're looking at everything. We're looking at his social media. We are interviewing employees. We are interviewing family members. We will be speaking to law enforcement in Minnesota.
We're going to do 2 more before we wrap up. Shayna?
Oh, sorry. I was just going to ask if any cursory look at any social media, whether it's the company, whether it's his personal social media, his family's. Is there anything obvious that sticks out at this early stage in the investigation?
We have not uncovered anything at this time. The investigation is still too early.
We're going to go last question over here with Jake.
How's it going? With the suspect still at large, last seen in Central Park, are you urging New Yorkers to avoid the park? Is the NYPD deploying its drones? I know they recently started doing that in the park. And then also I was wondering, is there any indication when he gets this city bike that he's a city bike member? It's like sometimes if you're not a member, you can pay to use it. I don't know if you're able to tell on the surveillance.
City bike. The chief of detectives will answer the part about the city bike. But in terms of we're encouraging New Yorkers to go about their daily lives and their daily business, but to be alert. We put the picture out. You're putting the picture out. We want people to take a look. If they see anything suspicious, if they hear anything suspicious, we ask them to call 911, reach out to our detectives. With an incident like this, of course, we put a heavy deployment into Manhattan. We put additional resources out. We have the drones up. We have aviation out. We have K-9 out. When an incident like this happens, we don't spare any expense. We put all of our resources out there to support the Chief of Detectives mission and to keep New Yorkers safe. So we will have a massive presence out there around the tree lighting, but throughout Manhattan as well until more information develops and we're able to support the Chief of Detectives and what he needs to make a quick arrest.
As far as where he got the city bike, we're still working that through. Like I said, we're pulling video from numerous locations, numerous sources, and we have him on our timeline walking, and what we're very fortunate is he has that very distinctive gray backpack on. So we see him on one video clip walking, and then another source of video, him riding that bike. So we don't have video or witness confirmation on how he obtained that bike. A cell phone was recovered. We will confirm that later on down if we, do our forensic examination.
Thank you, everyone. This concludes our press conference. Thank you for the time.
All right, that was a press briefing from One Police Plaza in Lower Manhattan. Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch, Chief of Department Jeffrey Madre, and Chief of Detectives Joseph Kenny providing an update regarding the homicide in Midtown Manhattan of the United Health executive. Let's get some more reporting on this with Miles Miller. He's managing editor for Bloomberg News. Miles, anything in that press conference strike you as of note here? It's still obviously very, very early in the investigation.
Yeah, this is a really interesting investigation. They have a suspect who is able to flee on a city bike after shooting an executive in Midtown Manhattan in full view of plenty of people. Midtown Manhattan, of course, flooded with people around the time this happened, just before 7 o'clock in the morning. It's very striking that Brian Thompson, a CEO of a company that is currently trading at about $613 a share, with no executive protection, walking from his hotel into Investor Day with no executive protection, and he's able to be shot by a person who was able to flee into New York City traffic at the height of rush hour.
So, Miles, you have extensive work, having worked with the NYPD when you worked in local news. You also led communication strategy for the FDNY. Tell me about the process inside the NYPD when something like this happens.
Yeah, so the first thing that the NYPD did was search Argus cameras. So that is the NYPD's network of cameras throughout Manhattan. And from those cameras, they were able to pull that photo of the suspect standing in a shooter's stance and aiming at the executive, at Brian Thompson. So that's the first step. The second step is going to be working with those partners like City Bike to figure out where bike wound up going, number one. Number two, to figure out where that suspect is, and then also trying to trace every step. They put all of these videos that they take of the suspect from the moment it happened till him getting to Central Park. They put it together on an app called Pattenizer, and they're able to figure out just exactly where that person wound up and how to continue doing the investigation. So the investigation will focus on where he is, and then also they're doing that search warrant in Brian Thompson's hotel room. They'll try to figure out if there was anything there that can lead them to what may have happened here.
All right, Miles, thank you so much for that. We appreciate your reporting. Miles Miller, managing editor for Bloomberg News, and this unfolding story, extraordinary, fluid, very early stages. But we did get some comments from leadership of the NYPD that, again, they are working all angles, as you can imagine.
Right, and United Health Group obviously has many different subsidiaries, and Brian Thompson was the CEO of one of them. So he was the CEO of United Health. They also have financial services. They have a Medicare division, community division, and employer division. So he headed one of those divisions for the overall United Health Group, and Bloomberg News will be keeping you updated on any headlines as they cross. And we heard also that the tree lighting ceremony today, the whole event starts at 7 p.m., and that will go on as expected with a much heavier police presence as well as ununiformed detectives.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing New York has shown over and over again is the resilience of the city and its people, and we move on, as most folks try to do as well.
All right, and stay alert was also go about your day and stay alert as well. Bloomberg News will bring you any details as they cross. That wraps it up with Bloomberg Intelligence for me and Paul. Coming up, Balance of Power with Joe Matthew up next after this Global News Update.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. What's been labeled a brazen targeted attack in New York City.
Y'all confirming it. One shot is likely. We're going to take a ride over there. We'll advise.
Police responding to the shooting just before dawn outside a Midtown hotel that left the CEO of United Healthcare, Brian Thompson, dead. Joe Kenny is the NYPD's chief of detectives.
The shooter arrived at the location on foot about 5 minutes prior to the victim's arrival. He stands alongside the building line as numerous other people and pedestrians pass him by. The shooter steps onto the sidewalk from behind the car. He ignores numerous other pedestrians, approaches the victim from behind, and shoots him in the back. The shooter then walks toward the victim and continues to shoot.
He says the gunman made off on foot, then on an e-bike, headed into Central Park. No arrests have been made.
I'm Matt Piper in Midtown Manhattan. The street where this happened, which is West 54th Street, is totally blocked off to pedestrians and traffic. There are lots and lots of cameras and reporters here, as well as police officers.
The U.S. Supreme Court hearing arguments in a major transgender rights case, testing the legality of a Tennessee law banning gender-affirming medical care for transgender minors. Solicitor General Elizabeth Proliger.
Rather than impose measured guardrails, SB 1 bans the care outright, no matter how critical it is.
The LPGA and USGA have updated their gender policies, requiring golfers to be assigned female at birth or to have transitioned to female before going through male puberty. Pete Hegseth said this morning he has no intention of withdrawing his name as President-elect Trump's pick for defense secretary.
You're not withdrawing your name from consideration, just to be clear. Meeting all day with senators.
And CBS's Nancy Cordes says the Trump team is said to be considering an alternative, a Trump political rival turned ally.
What we don't know is whether Ron DeSantis wants the job. He is currently the governor of Florida, and there still is a pick at this moment. It's Pete Hegseth. The president-elect has not announced that he is pulling his support.
Well, CBS's Jim Krasula has more on a new report that adds up the impact of the COVID pandemic on students.
Math scores of American students took a bigger hit from the pandemic than their peers overseas. That's according to a closely watched international exam for students in 4th and 8th grades. Math and science scores of U.S. students weren't any better in 2023 than they were when the exams were first given in 1995.
And checking Wall Street's, right now the Dow is up 224 points. The S&P is up 24. This is CBS News. A little bit of magic handed down from one movie witch to another.
It is my heart's desire to become a sorceress.
Wicked's Ariana Grande got a huge surprise.
Are you a good witch or a bad witch?
When Drew Barrymore produced a prop from 1939's Wizard of Oz.
Bring out the original Glinda wand, please.
Grande teared up, then started to prance off stage with the rhinestone-studded star on a stick.
Thank you, guys. It's been fun. Yeah. I'm kidding.
It's not hers for keeps. A private owner loaned it just for Drew's show, which airs tomorrow. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
An unlikely comeback turned out to be untrue. Formal paperwork seemed to suggest Enron was reforming with an announcement proclaiming it was dedicated to solving the global energy crisis. But it was all a prank. Enron went belly up back in 2001. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
From the world of politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
France holds its breath for a no-confidence vote. Welcome to the fastest show in politics with breaking news today on both sides of the Atlantic. A vote in France, as I mentioned, could bring down the government and a prime minister only 3 months on the job. While here at home, another flurry of announcements from Mar-a-Lago. The Trump transition continues to fill out, and we've got a lot to talk about today with Bloomberg Politics editor Laura Davison, from Terry Haynes at Pangea Policy, and our signature political panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, back again today. We're going to go through a lot in the next 2 hours, so fasten the chin strap. We start, as always, on Wall Street with a look at the markets. Today, Amy Morris has that for us. How's it look, Amy?
All right, thank you, Joe. The S&P 500 actually on track for more gains. Investors shrugging off any signs that the rally is overheated. We've got green across the screen as we bring you the markets here. S&P 500 up 0.4%. NASDAQ up about 1%, and the Dow is up 0.5%. Even the Russell 2000 index, it's up 0.4%. The 10-year Treasury yield is at 4.2%, and the 2-year yield is at 4.13%. United Health has confirmed the passing of company executive Brian Thompson, saying that it is working closely with NYPD. Police say Thompson was shot and killed this morning outside the New York Hilton Midtown as he arrived for an investor conference. Police say it appears it was a premeditated, targeted attack, and the investigation is ongoing. Brian Thompson had been United Health CEO since April 2021. United Health Group shares 1.6% higher. Industry data pointing now to modest gains in the U.S. labor market. Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice with that part of the story.
Payroll processor ADP reports American businesses added 146,000 jobs in November, a slower pace in October, but still firm. Wage growth picked up with workers who changed jobs earning 7.2% more. Well, that's all well and good. Government data indicated it's taking longer for the unemployed to find work. Almost half of the 7 million people looking for jobs have been on the hunt for at least 15 weeks, a number rarely seen in the post-World War II era. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris, and that's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's get back to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you so much. Welcome to the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. It's the fastest show in politics, and I guess that's a good thing today because we really do have an enormous amount to cover. In the next 2 hours, we could have results from a no-confidence vote in France. This is something you've been hearing about throughout the day here on Bloomberg for good reason. It could be the end of this government, a fragile government as it exists now, and the prime minister, 3 months into the job, could be out of a job. The shortest tenure for a prime minister, as this is expected to happen, Michel Barnier, in some 62 years. We'll have a lot more on this as we make our way forward here with news on the transition as well. Aren't you glad you joined us? We learn a lot together, and we will today, as usual, on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite radio, and on YouTube, where you can find us right now. Search Bloomberg Business News Live. To the transition, boy, do we have a flurry here, and we'll start with Peter Navarro. He's coming back. Pretty similar job to the one he had last time in the first Trump administration, senior counselor for trade and manufacturing. Don't ask me how that will gel with Howard Lutnick at Commerce. We'll ask Laura Davison about that in a second. Deputy Treasury, this is just rolling in now, and this is a report from Bloomberg. Michael Faulkender, finance professor, who implemented a key pandemic-era relief program during his Donald Trump's first presidency. Deputy Treasury Secretary, remembering Scott Bessent making the rounds today in the Senate for the big job. Treasury Secretary. NASA emerges. Jared Isaacman, an accomplished business leader, as Donald Trump says, philanthropist, pilot, and astronaut. And then there's something that we're calling Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs. Adam Bowler will carry the personal rank of ambassador. All right, now that's just the beginning here. I haven't even mentioned Ron DeSantis. Laura Davison is Bloomberg Politics editor and hasn't slept in weeks. It's great to see you again. This is a daily. We're counting on you a lot here and your team, Laura. Pretty important stuff. Not a surprise to see Peter Navarro fresh out of jail to speak at the RNC to be part of this administration, right?
Literally the same day. He went straight from jail to the RNC, got on stage, talked about all these populist and protectionist trade policies, tariffs. And so we're expecting to really see a reprise of the role he played in the first administration. A White House job. He'll be in Trump's ear nearly every day. How all the people on trade are going to play together still remains to be seen. You've got Howard Lutnick. You've got Jamison Greer, who's really an acolyte of Lighthizer. And then you've got Peter Navarro at the White House.
Yeah.
That could be a little bit messy.
So I'm bumping into something here then, right? What does this mean when it comes to tariffs, for instance, trade policy, when you have such a confusing flow chart?
You may start to see some factions forming here of having, Navarro, who's out there very bombastic. Greer is much more understated in his style, though they're aligned on the policy of really going big and bold on tariffs. Lutnick, we'll see, he has sort of, paid lip service to these. Bessent has been a little bit more cautious. We've got a lot of people, a lot of egos, and a lot of ideas that are going to, all need to play along to get these policies across the finish line.
Well, I won't talk about egos or ideas at the moment when it comes to the Secretary of Defense pick. I don't know if you saw this morning. Pete Hegseth, of course, has been making the rounds in the Senate. I believe he's back up there again today in a series of meetings in the Senate that have been consumed by allegations of sexual misconduct, drunken behavior, financial malfeasance at the veterans nonprofit that he ran. And then there's his mom, who wrote this letter that made news recently, essentially calling him a womanizer. She's part of this attempt to right the ship. And she showed up, Penelope Hegseth, on Fox News this morning. Let's listen.
They were going through, Pete and his wife at the time were going through a very difficult divorce. It was a very emotional time, and I'm sure many of you across the country understand how difficult divorce is on a family. There's emotions. We say things, and I wrote that in haste. I wrote that with deep emotions. I wrote that as a parent. About 2 hours later, I retracted it with an apology email, but nobody's seen that.
Unclear if this interview with his mother will have an impact. Pretty difficult stuff to listen to. Private meetings as well today with senators who will help to decide his fate, assuming it gets that far. John Thune up first, and then Roger Wicker, the Senate Armed Services Chair. Is this last-ditch effort going to work?
That is what this seems like. If they're really throwing out all the stops, it's interesting. With Matt Gaetz, we didn't see the same kind of public push from the Trump team of having, allies. His family members. Pete Hegseth is supposed to go on Fox News later this evening. They're really trying to save this nomination. He's there today, meeting with members. Joni Ernst being one of them. She perhaps is one of his biggest critics. Being a sexual assault survivor herself. But it's clear that with the Trump team talking to DeSantis about, potentially taking this job on, they're also, floating some other names, looking for an alternative, means they realize this is a liability and this may not go the way they want it to. We're still weeks away from a confirmation hearing, if not months. There's a lot that's come out in just the past 5 or 6 days. That means there could be a lot more that comes out over the next several months.
Well, and that's what really seems to be grating on some senators, including Joni Ernst, including Cynthia Lummis, who said, look, we thought we'd heard everything. How come we're getting more details now? This is making the conversation more challenged. Enter Ron DeSantis, as I mentioned. We now have multiple reports that the Florida governor actually talked to Donald Trump about this idea of becoming the next pick for defense secretary if Pete Hegseth doesn't make it. Is this real?
This is real, and it seems that it's something that the Florida governor is perhaps keen to take on. We have sort of some interesting dynamics forming in that, you have DeSantis, who is term limited. He's in the search of a job in the next couple of years. He also has something that Trump wants. He gets to appoint that Florida Senate seat Marco Rubio is vacating, and Trump would really like that to be Laura Trump, his daughter-in-law. So there could be a little bit of wheeling and dealing happening here. All things with Trump are transactional, and that is what we're seeing happen here.
So this is the art of the deal in Florida. Then Matt Gaetz presumably runs for governor? Is that
there are no new names in this story. It's just reshuffling where all of these different people land.
Well, this would be quite a turnabout. I mean, we remember Pudding Fingers, Meatball Ron, all that's all water. Under the bridge, I guess, at this point.
I mean, I remember just a year ago, the primary was still going on. DeSantis, his campaign was flailing at this point. But, it wasn't until the summer that they really made up. DeSantis went and met with Trump. He promised to fundraise for him. That was just, over the summer. So in 6 months, he's gone from being the most mocked to potentially one of the top cabinet positions.
That is remarkable to think that this is developing still at such a pace here. He checks the woke box, right? He gets the Tommy Tubervilles to say, okay, if not Pete Hegseth, this is somebody who will change the culture in the Pentagon. That appears to be the point, right?
Yes, and he has the military experience. He has the big operation experience from running Florida. A lot of the issues that Hegseth has, DeSantis doesn't have. Of course, he's run for election several times. He's been vetted. Trump can be confident that there's not a lot of skeletons in the closet like have been coming out with Hegseth.
Wait, interesting here. We also have seen a second withdrawal. This is not a household name or really probably a position most people were even talking about. But Donald Trump's pick for DEA has pulled his name out. This is a sheriff from Tampa suggesting he might not have been up for the job. The line from him is that he thought of the gravity of the position and decided it wasn't right for him. This isn't something we see very often.
Not that often. I would also point your attention to some other tweets that have come out from members of Congress, Thomas Massey in particular, when he was sheriff in
this is
Tulsa
a lockdown
area.
Thing, right?
He arrested and enforced some lockdown related measures, particularly involving a pastor of a local church.
Is that the real story here, Laura?
This is the story. And so what you're seeing is that, people who aren't MAGA enough are, getting eschewed. With Hegseth and Matt Gaetz, it's a little bit different. That was more about sexual misconduct. But this is someone who they decided isn't really a true believer. And, he was only announced 3-4 days ago. So this was a really quick turnaround.
So I guess some of these deliberations are not comprehensive enough to prevent these types of headlines. Donald Trump clearly wouldn't want someone who put a priest in legal peril over a COVID shutdown, right? That wouldn't match his brand at all.
And this is what Trump's critics, both the Democrats as well as some folks within the Republican Party, are saying is one of the downsides by not having the FBI vet some of these people is that you have these things that you either are just kind of more PR issues that you don't have sorted on the front end, or on the other end of the spectrum, national security risks or other issues. Yesterday the transition signed an agreement with the FBI that would allow these background checks to take place, but it's not clear that Trump is going to require them to.
Sure. Wow. Boy, all roads bring it back to Florida. It's something. James, is this why Tom Keene was talking about Burns Steakhouse earlier? The whole clock at Bloomberg all starts to make sense if you just hang in there long enough. Have you polished up your French for later today? You're covering a French no confidence vote as well.
I've been, focusing on that while budget reconciliation. My head's about to explode with procedure here.
But you want to be Laura Davison someday, Bloomberg politics editor. We're pretty close to the end of these transition announcements, though, right? Is there another big one you're waiting for, or are we pretty much there?
Securities and Exchange Commission, another big Bloomberg
SEC.
favorite.
Okay, there you go. We'll have that conversation soon, I'm sure. Laura, great to see you, as always, with us here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite, and on YouTube. We'll have a lot more ahead as we stand by for that no-confidence vote that we mentioned in Florida. We'll also have reaction straight ahead from Terry Haynes, Pangea Policy, and the latest transition names. And from our signature panel, Rick and Jeannie are back together today and will be with us for the duration as we prepare for breaking news, as I said, on both sides of the Atlantic. That's why you turn to Bloomberg. Hard policy, breaking news, and a lot more headlines to follow here from the world of politics. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. This is Bloomberg.
12:21 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. Salesforce shares hit a record high after the company reported better than expected quarterly revenue. Shares advancing now 8.7%. Of course, we bring you the markets all day long at Bloomberg with green across the screen. S&P 500 up 0.3%. NASDAQ up 0.9%. The Dow is up about 0.5%, and the Russell 2000 index up 0.4%. The 10-year Treasury yield is at 4.19%, and the 2-year yield is at 4.12%. United Health has confirmed the passing of company executive Brian Thompson, and they say they are working closely with NYPD. Police say Thompson was shot and killed this morning outside the New York Hilton Midtown as he arrived for an investor conference. Police say it appears it was a premeditated target attack, and the investigation is ongoing. Brian Thompson had been United Health CEO since April of 2021. United Health Group shares now 1.2% higher. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris, and that's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's get back to it. Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
Amy Morris, thank you so much. Watching Wall Street for us as we watch politics here on Balance of Power. Indeed, I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Great to have you with us on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite, and YouTube. What a news day we have here to wake up to these headlines today that keep flowing, and we're going to have a lot more breakers, I can promise you, over the course of this afternoon with what's happening in France, what's happening in New York. As Amy Morris just told us, this Brian Thompson story is horrifying. And this is hitting home for a lot of people in Manhattan after this 50-year-old executive was shot just before 7 a.m. outside the New York Hilton Midtown. Of course, what's happening in France has our attention. A no-confidence vote that is expected to emerge here maybe in the time that we're actually on the air, between now and 2 p.m. Eastern time. Will be close either way, as this appears to be a foregone conclusion. We're, of course, waiting to find the results of this actual vote. But this 73-year-old prime minister, a self-proclaimed Charles de Gaulle conservative, Michel Barnier, is now set to become the shortest tenured prime minister in more than 60 years. This is one of these instances where the far left and the far right come together in a common cause. And in this case, it is to dispatch the government at hand and the prime minister. We'll see what happens to Emmanuel Macron. And we're lucky to have Terry Haynes with us today to talk about this a bit, but also the flurry of transition names that we've been hearing from Mar-a-Lago the last couple hours. Of course, he's the founder of Pangea Policy. Terry, it's great to see you. Welcome back. I know you've got your eyes on all of these stories today. How important should the American investor consider what's happening today in France, considering the turmoil economically that could follow?
Well, thanks, Joe. Thanks for having me. I think there's two things for the American investor to understand. One is politically, and I kind of push back against the prevailing narrative here. Politically, this shows resilience. I'm not being Pollyanna-ish here, and I'll get to it in a second. This shows resilience of democratic institutions. We are seeing this in France now. We saw it in South Korea yesterday, and we've seen a couple shaken, but nobody's going to fall. And this will not bring on a major crisis where the government can't be funded or anything in France. That's important to know. But at the same time, it's not a pleasant moment for France, because what you're seeing is the kind of the temporary triumph of party and factions over nation, and that's a little disturbing. And now for the markets implication, it's negative for markets in no small part because you're gonna have a prolonged period of continued instability in France generally. You combine that with what's going on in Germany, where elections are about to happen, the negative economics of the Eurozone more broadly, and kind of the difficult times that are happening in Great Britain, and that adds up to a negative investment environment for the Eurozone, and by implication, a more positive one for the United States.
What does this mean for Emmanuel Macron and what would be his relationship with other European capitals dealing with a lot of turmoil at the moment, financially, economically, of course, with an eye on the war in Ukraine?
Well, sure. You get a situation here where it's important to understand, too, that, as you know, the audience might not, is that the left and the right here are not, they may be uniting to get rid of Barnier, the prime minister, and certainly Le Pen, the National Rally rightist, would like to get rid of Macron, she says. Macron's very unlikely to go as we talk right now, and he wants to try to appoint some new prime minister, hopefully by Saturday. But this period of sustained instability in the French government, makes the politics of the European Union that much more difficult, that much more fraught, and in terms of geopolitics, that makes their reliability as an American ally in the hot and cold wars that are going on now a little bit more difficult to maintain.
We've got our eyes on the Assembly chamber right now, which we see is emptied out quite a bit after the big speakers have had their moments here. Some of the smaller parties are giving speeches before we hear from Michel Barnier. It's going to be an interesting day here of developments. By the way, Terry, it looks like we're expecting results here, just in case you're trying to anticipate all of this, probably around 2 p.m. Eastern time, and we'll let our viewers and listeners know how that develops here. Terry, we've got a lot of news here domestically as well as we fill out the cabinet. Donald Trump making a couple of pretty important announcements here in the transition, even in the last 2 hours. And I'll start with this idea of bringing Peter Navarro back as senior counsel for trade and manufacturing. Now, we know that Howard Lutnick's going to be over there at Commerce, borrowed in with the trade representative. They're going to be dealing with tariffs. They're going to be looking at China. Who wins the standoff between Peter Navarro and Howard Lutnick?
Oh, don't forget the USTR himself, assuming he's confirmed, right? So now you've got a situation where you've got 3 people, kind of all in the mix, one of which is supposed to have line authority for trade matters. And you've got a Secretary of Commerce overseeing, and now you've got Navarro in the mix as well. I thought in one respect it was kind of funny because I was talking to one of your colleagues about a week or so ago and said to your colleague, watch the other way this goes, which is that they put somebody in the White House to knock heads, around everybody else. So it's a difficult mix at best, and what you're going to have is pretty much all points of view represented. I guess in one sense that's good, kind of the hardliners and the not hardliners. But at the same time, what you're going to have is a cacophony of voices that will confuse markets more, in no small part because a lot of these debates, I think, take place in public, and markets are plenty confused already as a result of the public debates. And I think there's probably more confusion rather than less that comes in around tariffs as a result of this.
Amazing. Donald Trump also naming Michael Faulkender to be Deputy Treasury Secretary. You talk about this cacophony, Terry Haynes, and you wonder, is there some method to the madness here to create the tension that might result in better policy? But it doesn't sound like that based on the way you're describing it.
Well, I think what you've got here is you got a situation where there's certainly going to be a cacophony of voices, but there's a lot of these people. I mean, Navarro is a prime example of this, and no disrespect, because he's a serious policy guy too, I think. But Navarro is very skilled at using social media, public media, free media, megaphones in order to make a point. So one of my reactions to Navarro coming on board formally was that I think there's going to be a little bit of a mismatch between the USTR, Lutnick, who has huge other responsibilities other than just tariffing, let's say, and Navarro generally. And not only that, you're going to have some sharp elbows in the West Wing of the White House as well between the Chief of Staff, Ms. Wiles, and Miller and others, many of whom have very sharp elbows. So I think the market takeaway here is confirming what I've been saying to people, which is it's going to take a little while for the policy to settle out. That's probably a small market's positive because at least you don't have a situation where, everybody understands that there's going to be huge tariffs from day one, that there might be a more gradualist approach if you put Bessent in the mix.
How many days do you give Pete Hegseth, Terry?
I had my over. I thought that the less experienced would have the over/under similar to Gates. Like the moment. But I got the end of the week. There are some very I've been doing this a long time, as you have, and there were every reading I got from senators publicly and otherwise last night was very senatorial. Please don't do this. Don't prolong this. And it was, and it was about an hour after that the whole DeSantis thing happened, which I will say quickly, regardless of whether it's DeSantis or not, what it shows, and what Laura was saying in the previous segment too, chimes with this, is that you got a situation where there's somebody with serious operational experience. And and if you're going to reform the Pentagon, you're not looking to slap people around. What you're looking for is structural reform, and you're looking for an increase in resilience. It's the worst, the worst secret, and the worst kept secret in Washington is that everybody thinks the Defense Department's too slow, too sludgy, and needs to be pushed forward. And they need somebody to do that. And whatever that is, it's not Hegseth.
That is, boy, I hope everyone heard what Terry just said. The way you articulated that in the midst of all of this noise, we're not looking for somebody to slap people around at the Pentagon. We're looking for structural efficiency. Based on his role as an executive, and as a veteran for that matter, Ron DeSantis would fill out that description, Terry, and this would then unlock some sort of deal that brings Laura Trump to the Senate and maybe lines up Matt Gaetz for governor? Or am I pushing it too far?
Well, I don't know. I mean, all those pieces are on the table, of course. My own 2 cents on this is I think Gaetz is too radioactive to run for much of anything again. That report will come out one way or the other, and it will be very negative. And you kind of see what the tolerance is for this stuff based on Hegseth. And the tolerance is very low, and it should be. If I'm a senator, that's a position I don't want to be in. I think the Republican Party of Florida is probably not going to want to do that. Trump will make his demands, and DeSantis is free to do it or not do it. Frankly, I think DeSantis has got his eye on further elective office anyway. So those decisions, I think, are going to be a little more interesting and not quite as binary. How about that?
Just great. Absolutely. I love talking to Terry Haynes. I have to compete with all the other shows to talk to Terry Haynes, but I won today. He's the founder of Pangea Policy. I think I have to pay surveillance something now. Terry, thank you so much. It's great to see you. Remember what Terry said about the Pentagon. We've got breaking news from the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue, if I could describe it that way, and that's the Supreme Court ending arguments on gender-affirming care bans for minors. This is something that we've had our eyes on here, knowing the court was hearing arguments this morning over a Tennessee law that bans puberty blockers, hormone therapy, and surgery for transgender minors. The court ending arguments on this matter. We're going to have much more ahead with our signature panel as we stand by for a no-confidence vote in France. That could be roughly 90 minutes away when it happens. You'll hear about it live, of course, on Bloomberg. With the government right now, and there's a live view for our viewers on YouTube of the assembly floor, a government that could be over within 90 minutes. This is Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. Brian Thompson, a longtime United Health Group executive, was fatally shot in Midtown Manhattan this morning. New York Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch says this appears to be a brazen, targeted attack.
The victim was in New York City to speak at an investor conference. It appears the suspect was lying in wait for several minutes. And as the victim was walking to the conference hotel, the suspect approached from behind and fired several rounds, but he appeared to wait for his intended target.
Tisch says they are asking the public for help. They're offering a $10,000 reward for any information. Shares of United Health right now about 1% higher. We check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up 0.3%, NASDAQ up 0.9%, the Dow up 0.4%, the Russell 2000 up 0.25%, the 10-year Treasury yield at 4.2%, and the 2-year yield at 4.13%. France's government is on the brink of collapse as it faces a no-confidence vote. Both the far-right National Rally and the leftist Socialists announced their support for that motion. The political turmoil is raising concerns about the country's economic and financial stability. Right now, the euro is 0.2% higher, trading at 105.35 against the dollar. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris, and that's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you so much. We'll get back to Amy for another update on the markets a short time from now as we cover politics here in Washington. And boy, the hits keep on coming. As everyone inside the Beltway says, Ron DeSantis? That's the reporting now. If Pete Hegseth doesn't work out as many expect at this point to be the next Secretary of Defense, Donald Trump has been talking with the governor of Florida about being the next in line. Someone with executive experience, obviously, and a veteran of the United States Navy would be quite a turn in this campaign. Which, by the way, has anyone mentioned yet? The election just ended last night. Democrat flipped the seat in California, and so we're done. It's going to be a razor-thin majority for Speaker Mike Johnson going into this new conference. But we need to deal with what's happening right now, and I'm glad to say our signature panel is with us because, boy, this is the name game today. We have received, at this point, no fewer than 6 announcements from Mar-a-Lago on the transition. We've got just about everything fulfilled here with the exception of the SEC, according to Laura Davison, and we may as well start with what's happening with Pete Hegseth. His mother was on Fox News this morning trying to walk back the letter that she wrote to her son about womanizing and his lifestyle that was brought forth by the New York Times. She tried to describe that as something written in the heat of the moment of an ugly divorce. He's making the rounds again today on Capitol Hill. This appears to be an 11th hour effort to keep Pete Hegseth in the mix here for SecDef. He is talking to a couple of very important members of the Senate today who are going to probably make the call on whether this happens or not, including Roger Wicker, who's the incoming Senate Armed Services Chair, and of course, Senator Joni Ernst, who may be the conscience on this whole decision that needs to be made. He met as well today with John Thune. This is important. In fact, he just emerged reporting from Stephen Dennis. After the Thune meeting, quote, I spoke to the president this morning. This is Pete Hegseth. He supports me fully. We are not going anywhere, unquote. Let's bring him in, our signature panel. Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, Bloomberg Politics contributor, Democratic analyst, and political science professor at Iona University, alongside Rick Davis, Republican strategist, partner at Stone Court Capital and Bloomberg Politics contributor. Rick, when you hear we're going nowhere, does he drop out tonight?
Yeah, nowhere depends upon what day it is. I don't know if he drops out tonight, but as Terry was just saying in the last interview, I wouldn't give him the week. There is a concerted effort amongst Republicans now to start setting the stage for his departure. A sort of non-endorsement from Lindsey Graham yesterday was an incredibly telling thing. Laura Ingraham took after him as a serial adulterer. I mean, all these things bode very poorly for his chances to succeed. I think he's putting on a good face and he's got to say what he's saying. But all that melts away in an instant if Donald Trump decides to flip.
Jeannie, I think I know how you feel about Ron DeSantis' politics, having explored this campaign together with you on a daily basis. But Terry Haynes, since we're talking about Terry here for a moment, made a pretty good point, saying that you don't need somebody to slap the Pentagon around, which was, I think, the Hegseth concept. You need someone who can bring structural efficiency to a vast, wide-ranging agency that sucks up a lot of taxpayer money. Is Ron DeSantis the man for that job?
I think he may be nominated by Trump should Pete Hegseth go away. You know, it's always suspicious to me when somebody starts talking about themselves in the plural. Like, we aren't going anywhere, Joe. So I think Pete Hegseth's time is probably numbered. I agree. I agree with Rick and Terry. I think it could be as early as today. He's literally hanging on a thread. You know that when you send your mother out on Fox News to try to walk back an email from 7 years ago. And oh, by the way, Penelope Hegseth did say, Joe, which is good news for you, that his time as a host on Fox News has prepared him to lead the Pentagon. So you have a shot, Joe Matthew, to get in there and lead it. That said, I think, you know, Ron DeSantis, yes, he's qualified. If nominated, he could certainly get the nod from the Senate. I think my challenge with Ron DeSantis is that, yes, Terry is right. It needs structural reform. It doesn't need to be blown up. It needs structural reform. The problem is Ron DeSantis is among those people who consistently says that the biggest problem in the Pentagon is DEI, and that is just the height of ridiculousness. We have a lot of problems in the Pentagon in our defense, including the fact that we are not moving forward, adopting new technologies, and it's a very dangerous world out there. But the idea that it's DEI is suspect. So I think and hope Ron DeSantis rethinks that if he is indeed nominated.
Rick Davis, you're a political practitioner. You know how to use the media when it benefits your candidate. You've been through this in a lot of different ways, and I wonder your thoughts about this, putting Mom on Fox News this morning. Let's listen to Penelope Hegseth from earlier today.
They were going through, Pete and his wife at the time were going through a very difficult divorce. It was a very emotional time, and I'm sure many of you across the country understand how difficult divorce is on a family. There's emotions. We say things, and I wrote that in haste. I wrote that with deep emotions. I wrote that as a parent. About 2 hours later, I retracted it with an apology email, but nobody's seen that.
Rick, does this help, or does it simply remind us of the trouble facing Pete Hegseth?
I think it's a horrible reminder of the trouble facing Pete Hegseth. I mean, the idea that you've got to pull your mom out of the shadows and put her on national TV and explain away a note that she wrote in haste. I mean, it's a family matter, and I feel really sorry for Penelope to have to go out there and talk about something as painful as it was, and it does remind people that, you know, that Pete Hegseth has had trouble keeping marriages together. Look, it's a criminal violation if you're uniformed military to have adultery, right? You get drummed out. You get prosecuted. It's not like civilian standards, and so it's just another reminder how unfit Pete Hegseth is to command, you know, the Department of Defense. So honestly, I actually think probably did more harm than good. I guess Hegseth has done a interview with Megyn Kelly that'll air shortly, and you know, I just think these campaigns tend to backfire on the candidates who are doing this. You know, the best possible way to get confirmed is keep your head down below the radar and make, you know, very positive meetings with senators, and don't make it a big PR campaign.
All right, we just got another one. This is a breaker, and it's one that we've been waiting for. In fact, I think I just referred to it as the last big hole to fill. SEC Chair Gary Gensler will be replaced by, if Donald Trump has his way, Paul Atkins. Donald Trump on Truth Social announcing this just a moment ago, calling Paul a proven leader for common sense regulations. He believes, Donald Trump says, in the promise of robust, innovative capital markets that are responsive to the needs of investors and provide capital to make our economy the best in the world. CEO and founder of Potomac Global Partners, a risk management consultancy, Jeannie, and this is one that we had seen some whisper reporting about here. The crypto world saw this coming as the next chair of the SEC. Any surprise to you? Is this someone who could make the grade?
He absolutely can make the grade. Former SEC chair, he was somebody who was described a lot as, really hesitant to jump into this, that he felt that Gensler had done so much damage that to try to work the SEC out of the damage that it has experienced under Gensler, in his view, was not quite terribly an attractive idea for him. So he became something of a reluctant warrior here. And Donald Trump seemed very keen on him for a long time. And so it is, I think, to Donald Trump's benefit that he has agreed to take this. I don't think there will be, barring something comes out, it's hard to believe. I don't think there will be any challenge here with Atkins, and he is going to have quite a lot of work ahead of him. They also reported that, he wasn't quite sure he wanted to leave the life he's built for himself in this new area, but that he seems to be willing to jump back into service for the president. So I think this is a good pick for the president.
What are the markets going to think about this, Rick? You, of course, work in the investment banking world, private equity world. We've got a former SEC commissioner on the docket now. This is a good look for Trump?
Yeah, it's a good look for Trump. I mean, his conversion to crypto enthusiast is now complete, right? I mean, he's gone completely all in. He's got a guy who not only is well schooled in it from a technical point of view, but understands it from a marketing point of view too, because he's been doing it in his firm in New York. So he's going to come in and completely turn around the agency's attitude and the administration's policy on crypto, and give Donald Trump credit. He was a new to the issue convert, but everything he's done in his administration has aligned with this, from the perspective of financial markets adopting crypto. And I think we can add another sort of gold star on the Trump trade of crypto to be something to watch now in the future.
Bitcoin, for what it's worth, is down about 0.5%, $500 right now. We're just floating above $95,000 for a single coin at this point. Jeannie, this is a crypto story, though, right? We're replacing Gary Gensler with his polar opposite, and that is what Donald Trump promised.
It absolutely is. And I think this is why Donald Trump has been so keen on this appointment, despite the reluctance that we heard there was on the receiving end. I think it's in part due to his commitment to crypto. And so this truly is a crypto story. And I have to reiterate again, I think the markets will react well to this. This is a serious pick. This is a former SEC chair. That's not to say people necessarily agree with his vision as to where to take the SEC. Certainly, you've got a lot of people who won't agree with it, but it's certainly a person who comes in knowing what he needs to do and wants to do, and has the full throttled support of the president behind him, and comes, as you mentioned, with this view of crypto very much supporting what Donald Trump has said of late on that point, at least in the end of this campaign that he's been running.
Yeah, pretty remarkable. So here we are, Rick Davis, on the 4th of December. We started talking about some of the trials facing Pete Hegseth. We've already had one withdrawal, two, in fact, Matt Gaetz and Donald Trump's pick for DEA. That's not a huge story in the grand scheme here. But how's Trump doing? How's Mar-a-Lago doing at this stage of the game?
Well, I got to say, he's ahead of most any other modern presidency when it comes to actually making these announcements. Some of them are messy, and we're seeing that right now with Pete Hegseth's nomination and former Congressman Gaetz not being able to make it all the way to the Justice Department. But that's part of his, sort of role as provocateur, right? Throwing these folks out, getting them into the mix, making it part of the dialogue, and then never missing a beat to replace them if they, aren't able to make the grade. So my guess is that we're going to look back and say, wow, what a different transition than in 2016 with Trump, who really wasn't prepared and, had a lot of distemper inside the transition. This one has been uniformly good and, frankly, not leaking at all. We're hearing these names for the first time. There's very little news getting out that's not official. And frankly, for the purposes of the public, it's great.
There you have it from Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. With us in the clutch here, Paul Atkins to be the next chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission. Thank you so much to our signature panel for the perfect tone that we needed on this day. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. No vote, no confidence vote in France could be next.
politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Donald Trump names his pick to run the SEC. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as the president-elect chooses Paul Atkins just moments ago to replace Gary Gensler. We'll discuss ahead with Nathan Dean from Bloomberg Intelligence. And we're waiting on a no-confidence vote today in France that could mean the end of the current government and the end of a prime minister only 3 months on the job. That will likely happen within the next hour. We'll have results for you live here, including a live report from Paris. We'll explore how we got to this point with Catherine Kleppinger, professor of French studies at George Washington University. And later this hour, we'll turn to tariffs and our conversation with Canada's ambassador to the U.S., Kirsten Hillman. And before we're done, we'll bring you a conversation with Fed Chair Jay Powell. He's at the Deal Book Summit in New York. We've got a lot to cover today, and we'll do it all after we check Wall Street with Amy Morris. Amy, how the market's doing?
Well, they're all in the green right now, Joe. We check them for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up 0.4%, NASDAQ up 1%, the Dow up 0.4%, the 10-year Treasury yield at 4.18%, and the 2-year yield at 4.12%. United Health confirming the passing of company executive Brian Thompson, saying that it is working closely with NYPD. Police say Thompson was shot and killed this morning outside the New York Hilton Midtown. He was there for an investor conference. Police say it appears it was a premeditated, targeted attack, and that investigation is ongoing. United Health Group shares are less than 1% higher now. President-elect Donald Trump says he has chosen Paul Atkins as chair of the Securities and Exchange Commission. Current SEC Chair Gary Gensler plans to step down January 20th. Atkins was an SEC commissioner during the George W. Bush administration. Industry data pointing now to modest gains in the labor market. Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice with the story.
Payroll processor ADP reports American businesses added 146,000 jobs in November, a slower pace in October, but still firm. Wage growth picked up with workers who changed jobs earning 7.2% more. Well, that's all well and good. Government data indicated it's taking longer for the unemployed to find work. Almost half of the 7 million people looking for jobs have been on the hunt for at least 15 weeks, a number rarely seen in the post-World War II era. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now back to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you so much. Watching Wall Street for us here on the fastest show in politics. Indeed, welcome to the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, where it has been quite a day already here with breaking news by way of Mar-a-Lago hitting hard here in the nation's capital. Now, it has much to do with the transition. We're spinning a couple of plates today. We're painting out a couple of buckets. And by the time this hour is out, we'll cover what's happening here in Washington when we have the Trump transition making news here. Pete Hegseth making the rounds in the Senate today, along with Scott Bessent, his picks for Secretary of Defense and Treasury, respectively. And we'll also have the latest on a no-confidence vote in France. What just dropped before we came to air at the top of this hour, the announcement of Paul Atkins, as we just mentioned, as the next chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission, knowing that Donald Trump had planned to dispatch Gary Gensler for someone more crypto-friendly that could bring a different culture to the agency, one that we talk about a lot with Nathan Dean. He's with us now, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior U.S. Policy Analyst here at the table. Nathan, it's great to see you. As you consider this headline, it's one that you saw coming. There had been some reports out there. What does this mean for the crypto market specifically? We're looking at Bitcoin. I haven't seen a huge reaction yet, but this is night and day from Gary Gensler.
Absolutely. I mean, they're going to get an advocate for the pro-crypto world, and this is the first time that they've really had somebody in the regulatory repertoire, if you will, that's going to be thinking of the crypto world. And so, Commissioner Atkins, because he used to be a commissioner at the SEC, he has actually come out and has done a lot of work in the crypto space. He worked on for the Digital Chamber of Commerce and so forth. But where we're going with this is that, the SEC chair has a really important role because they can put out a ruling, say, tail end of 2026, the tail end of 2025, giving a little bit more of the color of, okay, here, what are the rules for crypto? Meaning if you have a security and you are an exchange like Coinbase, here's how you operate, and you're not going to have this threat of enforcement action coming after you. So if you're a company like Coinbase, or if you're another crypto platform out there, you're going to have an SEC chairman who's not going to come after you with enforcement actions like you saw under the Gensler era, but you're also going to have somebody who's probably going to try and create a rulemaking and have a rule of the road so that you can operate going forward.
Interesting. This is an easy lift when it comes to confirmation, yeah?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Commissioner Atkins has a lot of, he at his time in the SEC back in the early 2000s, he actually had a lot of fans amongst the staff. I think a lot of people just like working with him, personally. And so I don't see any reason why Commissioner Atkins wouldn't be able to get confirmed.
Fascinating. He was a SEC commissioner 2002 to 2008, now with Potomac Global Partners. Paul Atkins to be the next SEC chair if Donald Trump gets his way. Thank you so much, Nathan Dean, for great clutch analysis, as always, with Bloomberg Intelligence. Nathan Dean on this naming of Paul Adkins. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington as we turn to our other major story that could be a breaking story and will be likely in the next hour or so. That's the no confidence vote taking place today in France. I'm glad to say, and we've got a lot on the line here, to be clear, if this is something you weren't following before the weekend, before this became a major story here on the terminal, this could mean the end of this very fragile government as we know it, and the prime minister as we know him. Michel Barnier would be on the job for only 3 months, if in fact dispatched today by the left and the right, and that appears to be the direction we're going in. Caroline Connon, reporting for Bloomberg in front of the National Assembly in Paris right now. Caroline, thank you so much for your reporting today. It's great to have you. If you could just bring us up to date, we understand we could have results in the next hour or so. What are you hearing on the ground?
Yeah, we actually have the last speaker actually debating this motion of no confidence in the hemicycle. And then there's going to have a break for about 45 minutes. And all the MPs are going to go back to their offices. They have their meetings all together and decide exactly what they're going to do, what is going to be the fate of this Prime Minister, Michel Barnier. Then Michel Barnier will also defend himself, defend his social security bill, and perhaps, you know, try and give one last ray of hope, try and convince, you know, some of the center left to perhaps abstain from this vote of no confidence. But the likelihood of his government collapsing tonight, in about 1 hour from now, is very, very, very high, because the national rally of Marine Le Pen, the far right and the far left, have already said that they will join forces and support a vote of no confidence and make this Prime Minister, Michel Barnier, fall tonight.
Fascinating. Just so our listeners and viewers understand, if this in fact does go down in a vote of no confidence, Emmanuel Macron would remain as president and would have to name or appoint a new prime minister. How long would that take?
That's right. We have a presidential regime in France, meaning the president calls the shot. He's actually the one who kind of created this whole political uncertainty by calling snap elections in July, which led to no majority in parliament and kind of leading to the situation of France kind of ungovernable, at least in the short term. So Macron will indeed remain president. The end of his term at the moment is 2027, unless, of course, he decides to resign, but that's very unlikely. So what's going to happen in the next few hours, perhaps few days, he's going to name a new prime minister. But that prime minister is going to be very hard to find, because you see Michel Barnier faced a vote of no confidence within 3 months. So who is he going to choose? Is he going to go to someone center-left, perhaps? But that's assuming that the far left and the center-left break up their alliance of the last snap election. So that's also quite unlikely. And of course, they still have this emergency, which is to pass a budget by the end of the month, because at the moment, there is no budget in France for 2025.
Caroline, how long will Prime Minister Barnier have to speak in his defense?
He's probably going to speak, well, it's actually a very good question, because I was reading just before this hit now that he doesn't have a time limit. So perhaps he could actually speak for 10 minutes, or he could actually go on and on and on. But I mean, we still expect the vote to happen in the next hour or two, because we have the 8 o'clock news here in France that everybody watches. So probably they want to vote by then. Marine Le Pen, in fact, the head of the national rally, is expected to appear on the 8 o'clock news. So, you know, that's in 1 hour time. Hopefully we'll get a result by then.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much, Caroline, for just great reporting today and actually bringing us to the National Assembly. We'll get back to Caroline if we get some results here on this no confidence vote. But as you just heard from Caroline's reporting on the ground, we're just not exactly sure when that might happen. It could be as early as in the next hour, but this could be either a 10-minute or a 10-hour address from Prime Minister Barnier, which is what is going to make the difference here. Catherine Kleppinger specializes in French studies at George Washington University, where she holds forth as professor and brings her expertise to us now here on Balance of Power. Professor, welcome to Bloomberg TV and Radio. It's great to have you. What will the Prime Minister say in his defense?
Thank you
so much for having me. So this is also a really interesting question. As I've been watching the debates unfold over the past 3 hours or so, I'm really struck by how the different parts or different groups in Parliament are actually turning this as a referendum into Macron. And so it seems to me that Barnier is going to need to kind of establish himself as his own player, that voting on this particular issue is not the same as voting on Macron. I'm not sure it's going to work. I'll say that to begin with. So I think what I'll be watching for as I, see when he has his chance to rebuttal is how he separates himself from a deeply unpopular president.
He has just begun talking. If we have a look at Prime Minister Barnier, he's just begun his speech, Professor. This has been a pretty rambunctious crowd over the course of these 10 or 12 speeches that we've heard so far today. What's the reception going to be like?
I'm not expecting a particularly positive reception. I was actually watching so just as a little bit of history, this all started, you can look in different ways as to when this started, but the immediate crisis started on Monday when Barnier announced that he would be using a specific constitutional action called 49.3, which basically allows to pass a budget or a fiscal measure without a vote in Parliament. And so when he announced that he was going to use this particular measure to do it, you could hear these boos, and a big group of parliamentarians actually stood up and left. And so as I've been watching these speeches, you see various actors, in a performative way, getting up and leaving the room. So yes, I'm expecting, we're, kind of juggling between watching that and talking here, but I'm expecting it to be, as you say, rambunctious.
Yeah, fair enough. What about the Barnier effect? This is what we heard about, that we finally had a grown-up in the room. They call him Babar, after the famous elephant in the French children's books. He only lasted 3 months?
3 months. Yeah, and this is someone who's been operating on a European level for years, very key in the Brexit negotiations. He's obviously a master of, kind of negotiating and bringing together disparate sides. My read on this is that, as Caroline mentioned, France risks becoming ungovernable after, the June snap elections. Marine Le Pen from the Rassemblement National is, I think, playing a very kind of astute and remarkable game here. I think she wants this government to fall. And, some analyses I've read is basically that he fell into her trap.
Wow. There's a mandated deadline to finalize the budget here, December 21st, one day after we need to get a budget here in Washington, D.C. What happens if they don't make it?
And that is, absolutely unprecedented. I think that's what's interesting. One thing that struck me as I've been reading the coverage is that the French are actually calling this the risk of a shutdown, and they're using the English word. So it's not even a kind of concept in French vocabulary to have a word for it. So the word they're saying is le shutdown. So you can see these American parallels coming through. But yes, to your point, my understanding of how the French budget works is that, in the U.S., we have these stopgap, Congress will vote 6-week measures or, just stopgap things. I don't see a precedent for that in France, as in you need a 2005 budget or nothing. So what has been on the table is that the 2004 budget would essentially restart. The problem is that's not going to work long term. And so it is going to create some sort of unprecedented crisis that has actually never happened in Fifth Republic France before.
You mentioned his jamming through this budget complete with austerity measures that was not palpable for either side here. Is that really what's happening? A lot of people are looking at this as a week-long story or even a 3-day story. This goes back a couple of years, Professor.
Yes, I mean, and so I think there's really three timeframes to look at. There's the 3-day timeframe, there's kind of the 6 months snap elections timeframe, and then there's really Macron's entire second term, going back to 2022, sorry. And where this becomes interesting is this constant recourse to 49.3, the constitutional aspect where Macron and his prime minister can use this to bypass the National Assembly. I was doing some numbers, and his previous longer serving Prime Minister Elisabeth Borne, who was there from 2022 to 24, actually used 49.3 23 times in just 2 years to bypass the National Assembly. Most notably, perhaps the one we heard about the most here in the US was January 2023 for the retirement reforms, which Macron really pushed through. And that created all those protests in the streets, many violent uprisings. But it happened 23 times. This is Barnier's first time using it. So he announced it on Monday. It's in regard to the Social Security budget that is one piece of the 2025 budget. It is probably worth noting that this particular aspect of the budget has been in the government, been working its way through the House in its own way since early October. The first draft was submitted October 10th. The final draft came through November 27th. So we're in a very short time frame here. In that time, Barnier has actually worked pretty closely with Marine Le Pen. So there were significant negotiations with her, in particular to change how the reimbursement structure would work on medical visits and on medicines. It bears noting that Social Security in France includes health insurance. But he was not willing to negotiate on what she called her last red line, which was how retirement pensions would be indexed to inflation.
Yes.
And so he gave a lot. In a lot of ways, he gave many, many inches to Marine Le Pen. But it seems like she was just ready for something to hit and using what she could to provoke this fall. And so that's how we got from significant debates in the National Assembly about this budget to Monday, him calling the 49.3 to say this has got to stop. This happened quickly because after the 49.3, there's a 24-hour window for these no confidence motions, which two were put on the docket. So one from the left, one from Marine Le Pen. And then once those are placed on the docket, there's 48 hours before the debate and vote. So that's how we got to today, and that's how it moved so quickly.
Yes, okay. Fascinating. To think that indexing pensions would be, in the end, the straw that broke Barnier's back is pretty incredible here. And we'll be, of course, watching for the rest of this hour and maybe beyond. He's speaking right now, and when he wraps this up, we could be on to a vote here pretty quickly. Professor, I'm really glad you could join us today. We'd love to get you back when we know more about what happened. Catherine Kleppinger, professor of French studies at George Washington University, with a clinic today on what is happening in Paris. Stay with us here on Bloomberg. You know we'll have a lot more for you, and we'll break that headline, of course, when it happens. A no-confidence vote is expected, with the French Prime Minister, Michel Barnier, speaking right now in the rostrum, as you can see on Bloomberg TV, on YouTube as well. For our radio audience, we'll have much more coming up next on the fastest show in politics on Bloomberg.
It's 1:21 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. France's government on the brink of collapse as it's facing a no-confidence vote at this hour. It could happen any minute now. The euro right now 0.2% higher, trading at 1.053 against the dollar. And we do check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up 0.4%. NASDAQ up 1%. The Dow up 0.4%. The Russell 2000 little changed. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.18% and the 2-year yield at 4.12%. Salesforce shares hit record highs after the company reported better than expected quarterly revenue. Shares right now more than 9% higher. United Health Company executive Brian Thompson was shot and killed this morning outside the New York Hilton Midtown as he arrived for an investor conference. Police say it appears it was a premeditated, targeted attack, and the investigation is ongoing. United Health Group shares now 1% higher. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. We go back to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you so much. As France holds its breath, waiting for a no-confidence vote to unfold. This is not something we're typically covering here, but the stakes are high on both sides of the Atlantic. The outcome here that could mean the end of the government and the prime minister. Michel Barnier, only 3 months into his role here as prime minister, a 50-year-long political operative who helped to negotiate Brexit on behalf of the EU, is speaking right now. If you're with us on Bloomberg TV, you see the prime minister in the rostrum. He can speak for as long as he wants right now. This could be a 10-minute speech or a 10-hour speech, as we heard from Caroline reporting before the National Assembly a short time ago. And it's a pleasure to bring in Bloomberg's Stephen Carroll reporting from our Paris bureau. Stephen, it's good to have you with us here as we watch this unfold before our eyes. What are we about to see in the next hour or two here? The conventional wisdom is that this prime minister is out of a job.
Yeah, look, and it's a set of unhappy records that Michel Barnier will be setting. He'll be the shortest-lived prime minister in the history of the Fifth Republic, so since 1958, and also a bit of an ignominious end to his long and storied political career. He was an interesting choice for this job to begin with, and I know you've been discussing the profile of who Michel Barnier is on the programme already, but this idea of bringing in somebody with this sort of statesman persona, not from Macron's own party, to try and shepherd a very complex financial situation, to have a sense of drawing a, I suppose, above the fray of politics figure to try and bring MPs together. It hasn't worked, it would appear, given that Michel Barnier is now fighting for his future as Prime Minister and looks to be felled by the same project he was brought in to pass, which was the budget.
What possible case does he have to make that the members of the legislature have not heard?
I mean, there's very little left that Michel Barnier can say. He's talked about this being a moment of truth and responsibility, and that's really the line he's been taking in recent weeks as well, as trying to call on those who don't currently support his significant minority government or minority group in Parliament to be responsible, to act in the interests of the country, to bring down the deficit as needed, and to approve the help, the financial help that key sectors of society like farmers would get under this budget bill. It's an appeal that has fallen, it would appear, on deaf ears, because we don't see any major turn or major defections from the opposition political groups. Just a handful of MPs have said they won't vote for this no confidence motion. So it looks like for now this gambit at least has failed.
Barnier just said, what I am sure of, this is a quote, is that this no confidence motion will make everything more severe and harder. Stephen, is he right?
He is, and I mean, you just need to ask the nearly 18 million people who'll see their taxes go up in January if this budget isn't passed, because one of the measures in it would have linked the income tax thresholds to inflation. So essentially people would have been paying slightly less income tax from January, and those 18 million households are going to be paying more as a result. There are some winners as well. Pensioners are going to get their full inflation-linked uplift in January. That was meant to be delayed under this budget plan as well. So it looked like that there are some winners and losers, but certainly more losers for this. Of course, There's the French public finances here at stake too. They're now going to be dealing with a bigger than expected budget deficit if they have to roll over into the emergency situation from January. And then a question of what that means and what the European Union's going to do about it. France is already under watch from the European Commission in its so-called excessive deficit procedure because it's spending too much according to EU budget rules. And the budget that had been proposed, the one that's now about to disappear, had been approved by the European Commission. What will they choose to do in response to the fact that that plan isn't even being stuck to, even though it would have led to a deficit of around 5% of GDP?
I mentioned earlier, Stephen, they call him Babar after the elephant in the children's books in France. His clothes are baggy. He seemed to bring a different nature to this job. Is his political career over after this?
It's very difficult to see what Michel Barnier could do or could want to do next. I spoke to him last year for Bloomberg Radio after his book was published, detailing his role in the Brexit negotiations. And I mean, he is a statesman. That's his persona. I'm sure he'd be very insulted by the way that his clothes were baggy. He's very elegantly tailored at every point that we see him. But I mean, look, he is somebody who is well known not just to French people, but all over Europe because of his roles he's had in the European Union, in particular that role as chief negotiator for Brexit for the European Commission as well. I mean, we thought his political career was over last year. I actually asked him in that interview, what did he think, what was next for him after such a long political career? And he just said, oh, I just want to be of service. That's what I want to do. So this was the call that he got from Emmanuel Macron after those elections in June, to be of service. He has tried. His legendary negotiation skills don't seem to have worked. One of his favourite expressions during the Brexit negotiations was, the clock is ticking. The clock is ticking now for Michel Barnier, and it's not even a minute to midnight, it's 30 seconds to midnight.
Stephen Carroll, live in Paris in our bureau here for Bloomberg. Many thanks, Stephen, for the insights. Really great conversation. Leave it to the American to pull up the baggy clothes. I'm sure they fit better than mine. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thanks for being with us. We will get back to the no confidence vote in Paris when we have news. In the meantime, we'll be monitoring Prime Minister Barnier's speech here, as you can see, still underway for our audience on Bloomberg Radio. He's continuing this address now about a half an hour in at this point. We'll let you know when he wraps this up. It's a great pleasure to spend some time right now with a special voice on this. The ambassador of Canada to the United States is with us in studio here in Washington, D.C. at Bloomberg, Ambassador Kirsten Hillman. What a day for you to stop by. It's wonderful to see you. Thank you for your time. There are a lot of things I'd love to ask you about, and because this is happening right now, I wonder how Canada is viewing this political turmoil in France.
Yes, well, thanks, Joe. It's great to be here with you. We're watching with rapt attention, like viewers are here in the U.S. and all over the world. It's a very dramatic moment, and we'll see where it takes us. I think that Canada also has a parliamentary system, so these kinds of non-confidence votes can happen in our country as well. Sure. So for that reason, I think it's all the more interesting for Canadians.
Watching it a bit more closely. Yeah. Does this have the potential to impact Canada's relationship with France, or this is just part of the business at hand?
I think it's part of the business at hand. I think that we, the relationships like these that are very strong, they transcend individual political leaders, but it's something to watch, and political watchers are very interested in the trends that are happening around the world with respect to leadership in our main allies.
And there's a massive turnover happening here in the U.S. Of course, we're seeing a major transition in some European governments. There are questions about what this means, for instance, for supporting the war effort in Ukraine. Yeah. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think that the Europeans, we just had the Halifax International Security Forum, which is a large forum around exactly that, and we had a lot of NATO leaders there, and all of our sort of European allies as well as American allies. I think that there is a very strong desire to continue to support Europe, support NATO. I think that it becomes complicated through transitions because new governments have to commit to achieving the goals that they have been elected on, and those often cost money. So, but in terms of supporting the people of Ukraine, I think in that regard, the alliance remains strong.
Well, part of the reason why there are questions about all of this is because of the incoming Trump administration and some of his challenges with NATO and some of his previous statements about what's happening in Ukraine. And I don't know if you have a take on that. I guess we'll watch this play out as it will once Donald Trump is in office. But you just spent some time at Mar-a-Lago, quite famously, in this sit-down with Prime Minister Trudeau and President-elect Trump. We read that this lasted over 3 hours. What was it like?
Well, I'll be honest. It was quite a joyous evening. The whole, because it was holiday weekend, and it was on the terrace of Mar-a-Lago. There were children kind of running around in their fancy clothes, and families having dinner together. And then the table with the president and the prime minister and guests was sort of right in the middle of all of that. So it had a real sense of holiday and celebration and fun. Obviously, they talked about a lot of important issues. Sure. It was 3 hours, but it was also an opportunity to reconnect.
So it was cordial. There was laughing.
Lots of laughing.
That's fascinating to hear. I'd love to ask you a bit about this argument over tariffs, but how does it come together? When Donald Trump puts something on social media, and a short time later, the Prime Minister of Canada is on an airplane to Florida. Is that just the way politics are had now? How did that whole trip emerge?
So what happened was the day the tariff announcement was put up on social media, the Prime Minister called the President, and they talked about a variety of things, but obviously they talked about this tariff announcement. Mm-hmm. And the Prime Minister said to the President, "I'd really like to come and see you, Donald. We should talk about this some more." And he said, "Well, why don't you come for dinner on Friday, 7:30 at Mar-a-Lago?" That's exactly what happened.
And then the Prime Minister asked you, "Should we go?"
And I said, "Yes, please." And then I guess just over the course of the few days as it came together, other guests and other sort of allies and incoming members of the Trump administration also joined in, or were going to be down there and joined in. So it was a very...
It was a big table.
It was a big table, and it was a very substantive table. We talked about energy. We talked about security. We obviously talked about the border a lot. That was a very important feature of the conversation. So, yeah, no, it was terrific, and we're pleased that the two leaders who maybe in ways that people don't appreciate have sort of a camaraderie. They've known each other for a long time, and they've developed a relationship through, a lot of complicated times, COVID and, the renegotiation of NAFTA and all of it. So,
well, listen to you. You sound like you're ready to go back already, because a lot of the reporting was about tension over tariffs. He's talking about 25% tariffs on goods from not only Canada, but Mexico. If that actually happens, and maybe you can tell me it won't, based on what they discussed, would Canada reply in kind?
So, just to clarify, it was a lovely evening. It was fun and cordial, but the tariff discussion and discussion on the border and other priorities, these are serious discussions, and there was a lot of substantive things that were discussed as well.
Of course.
And maybe even more constructively so, in a sense of friendship and partnership. Mm-hmm. On the tariffs, look, we don't think they're a good idea. They won't be good for Canada, and we don't think they're good for the United States. We have this massive and growing and strategic trade relationship. Mm-hmm. So we are really busy trying to make that case. Mm-hmm. Since President-elect Trump was last in office, Canadian-U.S. trade has gone up year on year since the renegotiation of the NAFTA. We are the biggest customer by far of U.S. exporters. 36 states count us as their number one export market. Mm-hmm. So it's really important, sort of in terms of actual volumes, but also in terms of what we trade together, some of the strategic goods that we don't want to be getting from our non-allied countries. Mm-hmm. So we're making that case, and we're hopeful that will win the day.
Are you talking to Mexico about a concerted response, or do you worry about a split between Canada and Mexico in handling this?
I think that the Canada-U.S.-Mexico economic partnership is important, and it has been a real important feature of our economic growth over the last generation. We have quite different issues to manage with the incoming administration than the Mexican government. So I think we try to cooperate and coordinate, I suppose, all together when we can. But in truth, often it's just quite a different trade profile. It's quite a different security profile. So we end up having a mix of conversations together and then bilateral conversations.
So coordinated response is a challenge.
We will see what happens. I think it's too soon to tell. I think that we just have a very different trade profile. So maybe, I don't know. I think it's too soon to tell. I think it's really the honest answer here.
I sat at this desk yesterday with the governor of Alaska.
Oh, yeah.
Mike Dunleavy, who's very excited about changes he sees potentially coming specifically in the energy sector to Alaska based on promises made by Donald Trump in the campaign. And he's prepared to move forward on a pipeline that would have a lot to do with Canada. What's the government's expectation and preparation for that?
Well, we'll have to see what that proposal turns out to be. Governor Dinleavy is a good ally and friend of Canada's. We've done a lot of really good stuff together. He was very, very close to our governor, or our premier of the Yukon, who's his neighbor. And I think that, I think there are a lot of possibilities there. I think the energy relationship and energy, as President-elect Trump calls it, energy dominance, big part of the incoming administration's objectives, and Canada can be a huge part of that. So infrastructure is required for sure. Which infrastructure and where, this is something for us to discuss as a partnership for sure.
I just want to mention, for the sake of our viewers and listeners, that the Prime Minister of France, Prime Minister Barnier, has just finished speaking in his own defense before the National Assembly. He spoke for the better part of a half an hour, and we will now proceed to a vote. We've been told that this could arrive roughly by 2 p.m. Eastern time in the next 20 minutes or so. It is expected to be a vote of no confidence, but of course we'll wait for that to happen and let you know as soon as we understand what's happening. We're also walking up to some remarks from Jay Powell, the Federal Reserve Chair, at the New Deal Summit in New York. That'll be a few moments from now as we spend time with Canada's ambassador to the U.S., Kirsten Hillman. So much talk about the border in this country. Usually it's the southwestern border, but the president's been making a bigger deal about the Canadian border, the flow of fentanyl. What would our northern border look like under another Trump administration, in your view?
So I think that, we were talking about the dinner at Mar-a-Lago, and from my perspective, one of the most important outcomes of that was for us to be able to talk directly to the president about the northern border. And fentanyl is a huge crisis in the United States, but it's a huge crisis in Canada. It is an equivalent crisis, if I can put it that way. Month on month, sometimes per capita, we have more deaths in Canada than you have in the United States. So it is as big of a problem and challenge and priority for us. But the truth is that there is no criminal flow of fentanyl from Canada to the United States. The last year, according to U.S. statistics, 0.2% of what was seized in the United States came from Canada. So it's primarily, personal use.
Is it coming directly from China, or is it coming from the U.S.?
Into Canada?
Yeah.
It's coming primarily from China, yeah. And so what we wanted to talk about was, we wanted to correct the facts and say, we are not a source of fentanyl into the United States. We are grappling with this horrible, horrible public health and social crisis, and we welcome everything we can do to work on it together. So that was a very constructive conversation, and as is any conversation on the border. The border is, in my view, it's a source of some of the biggest strength that we have as a nation, and as do you, to have such a friendly, productive relationship with a neighbor that you share a 5,000-mile border with.
Pretty uncommon scenario around the world.
Exactly.
This sounds like a critical meeting. It's fascinating to hear you describe the various elements. And then there was a joke, we're told. It was a joke about making Canada the 51st state. Were people laughing? Has this been reflected properly in the media? Donald Trump with this AI image of him with the Canadian flag. We're kidding, right?
Well, I think so. It feels like you're kidding.
Wait a second.
We can also make the United States the 11th province if you want. I mean, there's two ways that this can go.
You didn't say that.
No, I think, yes, it was a joke. It was a social dinner. There were lots of jokes happening in both directions, right? So
you remember the Greenland thing? I mean, we've been down this road before, Ambassador.
Yeah, no, it was a joke, and I honestly take it. We often think of the U.S. as sort of a family, cousins, or big brother or friend, mostly cousins.
So we can argue at the Thanksgiving table and still get along.
I don't even think it's I think it's gentle ribbing between siblings. That's how I would put it, and I take it as a real sign of the comfort that the leaders have together. So
yeah,
I think it's great.
And I assume things ended well, which leads us to wonder if there'll be a meeting in the early stages of this administration between the president and the prime minister.
I think so. As we were leaving, the president walked us to our motorcade personally, which was wonderful, and he said, Justin, call me anytime.
How about that?
So, as I say, in my role, with my responsibilities, I couldn't be happier.
This is a conversation you won't hear anywhere else with Kirsten Hillman, Ambassador of Canada to the United States. I'm really glad you could come see us today, and we appreciate the insights.
Thanks for having me.
A firsthand account of that, I won't say infamous, maybe famous dinner at Mar-a-Lago. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, and we're glad you're with us here on Balance of Power, the fastest show in politics. With our eyes today on France, Little uncommon. As we stand by to hear from Jay Powell, let's just reset the clock here. The Prime Minister has wrapped his remarks, allowed to speak at length in his own defense. Michel Barnier has wrapped his remarks now, and we're going to walk up to a vote that could last, we're told, about 45 minutes. So here at roughly 1:40 p.m. Eastern Time, we're going to bleed into the next hour likely. This will happen during Bloomberg Business Week, as we now wait to hear what will take place next. Results will likely be tallied pretty quickly, we're understanding from our newsroom here. So this could come together, like I mentioned, in the next 45 minutes or so. This would mean the end of this government as we know it. It would mean the end of the Prime Minister's role only 3 months in here, and it will bring some great challenges potentially to Emmanuel Macron, who keeps his job here. He'll remain president, assuming this goes the way people expect, but he will need to appoint a new prime minister, which will be a major deal here as we walk up on a December 21st deadline to finalize next year's budget. This might start to sound familiar to you, as we have a deadline 1 day earlier here in Washington, D.C. To have a budget here. That's our funding deadline 1 day before France. You hear uncharted territory pretty often around here, because if that budget is not complete in that time, there are great questions about what will happen to the economy and the markets in France and throughout Europe. We want to bring you to New York now, as we mentioned. The chair of the Federal Reserve, Jay Powell, sitting down as part of the New York Times summit here. This is the Deal Book Summit in New York. Let's bring you live now for comments from the chair of the Federal Reserve.
So powerful, but in many ways, uniquely, you have a power that others do not. And I'm so very curious, just as a human, how that power sits with you.
Well, first of all, it's great to be here. Thanks for having me. I guess I would say that I really love the work that I do. And that's the main thing. I like my job. I love my job. It's a great honor to do it. The work is incredibly interesting all the time. And I work at an institution full of highly talented people who are committed to public service. We know that the things that we do really matter for everybody, you know, people and companies. And so I get enormous satisfaction about that. And there's a fair amount of responsibility, but you think about people who run large organizations, it probably feels very much the same.
Even when you can just change the dial and it changes everything.
So I've been at the Fed for almost 13 years, and I've been chair for 6.5 years, and I'm kind of used to the work that we do and the way we do it and all that. And so I don't experience it as difficult and unpleasant, although it can certainly be that. But I just feel lucky to do it, and I basically enjoy the work a great deal.
Okay, so let's just go back in time, though, just to explain a little bit to everybody about how this happened. And it didn't just happen to you. It's something that you wanted. You graduated from Princeton. After Princeton, by the way, you went to Europe, from what I've read now. You have a guitar.
Yeah.
You were playing music in Paris, including the song "I'm So Lonesome I Could Cry." Could you still play that song?
That's not a hard song to play. I could play that song. I can't sing it very well.
Did you make money doing this?
No, never. People pay me to stop, actually.
And then you come back to the States, and you become a lawyer. Then you go to Dillon Reed.
Yeah.
And when you're at Dillon Reed, which was an investment bank, just to date the world here, no longer with us, it's been merged into a whole bunch of other places since then, you had a boss named Nicholas Brady, who later on, by the way, becomes the Treasury Secretary. But I'm curious, you're sitting there at this bank, and it was at this bank that you knew that you wanted to do something in public service.
Actually, when I was in college, I'm not one of those very mature kids who came out with a plan. I really had one thought. I'd grown up in Washington, D.C. My family was not part of the government and those elite circles, but I had this thought that I wanted to have a life which was mostly in the private sector, but then to do public service from time to time. And I had people like Cyrus Vance and George Shultz, who some of you may remember, in mind. People like that who had great private sector careers. That was the only idea that I had. And so one day at Dillon Reed, I forced myself to get up and walk up the stairs and knock on Nick Brady's giant office, which seemed to me like the Palace of Versailles at the time, given I was working in a broom closet at the time, and say, Nick, if you do anything in Washington, he's a former U.S. Senator, he was close to former President George H.W. Bush. If you do anything in Washington, I'd love to staff you. And he said, that's great, thanks. He asked his assistant to write my name down, and I went back to my broom closet, thinking nothing would happen. But a couple months later, I get a call from Denise Emmett, who says, please come up. And I worked on a project with Nick Brady in Washington. We became friends and colleagues. He becomes Secretary of the Treasury, eventually invites me to go to Washington as an assistant secretary. And honest to God, the point of the story is that little bit of initiative to force myself to get up and very fearfully knock on his door, thinking he might take it the wrong way. Maybe I wanted to leave the firm or something. And that little bit of initiative, without that, I would not be sitting here. There's no way I'd be sitting here. That is what opened the door to me to do public service at a high level that I hadn't really earned or deserved. So
Did you ever think, you don't have a PhD?
No.
So did you ever think that you wanted to go to the Fed?
So when I worked at Treasury for 3 years. And I really liked the people at the Fed, people like Don Cohn and Alan Greenspan and many others. I liked it, but I never thought that's where I would wind up. I thought I'd love to come back and serve again in some kind of economic capacity, but I never thought I would be at the Fed. So then what happened was I did a study of the debt ceiling during the 2010 debt ceiling crisis, and I briefed really the Republican House and Senate caucuses and convinced them that they had to raise the debt ceiling, that it wasn't a fake thing, that there really would be a default. And the Obama administration was extremely grateful to me for doing that and nominated me to the Fed. And I've loved it really since I started there.
So you never had the sense, there's a guy you probably know who has a sense that your job, he says, it's the greatest job in government. You show up to the office once a month and you say, let's flip a coin, and everybody talks about you like you're a god.
Yeah.
That is President-elect Trump.
I know, yeah. So he's right. The part about it being the greatest job, it might well be right. I have to say I do, as I mentioned, I do love the work, and it's a special place to be surrounded by people who are so dedicated and to know that your work really matters for people. It's a very special honor to do that work.
Did you laugh when you heard that?
I thought he's partly right there but he's not right about the come to work, once every month.
Just the flipping of the coin part?
No, that part it's not like that. Not like that.
Let me ask you this, because it is the sort of political question that I think is in the mix right now. Which is, you have talked a lot about the importance of the independence of the Federal Reserve. This is a group of people that I know that you are highly committed to. And there are now genuine questions, because the president-elect has been quite outspoken about it, just publicly, about the idea that maybe the Federal Reserve should come under more control and have the White House should have more influence over it. What do you think when you hear that?
Well, I think that what is the case for the Fed being independent? What does independent mean? It basically means that we can make our decisions without them being reversed, other than by Congress, which created it. We're a creature of Congress. We're not in the Constitution. We're a creature of statute. So that's what independent means. And that gives us the ability to make these decisions for the benefit of all Americans at all times, not for any particular political party or political outcome. We're supposed to achieve maximum employment and price stability for the benefit of all Americans and keep out of politics completely. I think there is very, very broad support for that set of ideas in Congress, in both political parties, on both sides of the hill. And that's what really matters. It's the law of the land, and I'm not concerned that there's some risk that we would lose our statutory independence, because I do think that those set of ideas are strongly believed by people.
But do you fear, he has talked openly about firing you, which is something technically he's not supposed to be able to do.
So I never discuss anything that elected officials say, so I'm going to disappoint you here. I just know, this is our focus. The U.S. economy is in very good shape right now. It's in remarkably good shape. We are the sort of envy of other large economies around the world, and I want to do everything I can to keep it there. during the rest of my term, and I feel very good about where the economy is and where monetary policy is.
We're going to go there in a moment, and I'm going to try a slightly different approach with you, which is this. Because this guy's not elected yet, or even confirmed. So the new Treasury Secretary, likely to be, if he gets confirmed, Scott Bessent, who I think you know, has made this is what he told Barron's. He said it publicly. He said, quote, and this is an effort to undermine your power. He said, you could do the earliest Fed nomination and create a shadow Fed chair. And based on the concept of forward guidance, effectively the idea of what people expect in the future, no one is really going to care what Jerome Powell has to say anymore. What do you think the impact of something like that would be? Do you believe that that's even a possibility in the world?
So let me say, I don't think that's on the table at all. There's a set of institutional relationships between the Fed and every administration. I fully expect that we'll have the same general kinds of relationships that we have, institutional relationships, for example, with the Council of Economic Advisors, but most importantly with the Treasury Department. The Treasury Secretary and the Fed Chair have had breakfast or lunch together every week for 75 years. And not more than that, the institutions have to, there's got to be trust and mutual respect and acknowledgement of the different authorities and boundaries that we have, but a very constructive relationship because, in times of crisis, we work much more together under the law. Nonetheless, it's a very important relationship, and I'm confident that we'll have the same kinds of relationships with the incoming
that first lunch, though, is going to be interesting.
It's going to be fine.
Have you guys talked?
I don't know him. I don't know him well, but I am confident that I will have the same kind of relationship with him once he's confirmed as I've had with other Treasury secretaries.
Okay, let me ask you a slightly different question that's in the same category, but actually very different about just influence from the White House, because I think the public, it would help people to understand it. So before Paul Volcker passed away, I went to go visit him in his apartment on the Upper East Side. This is back in 2018. I was writing a story about him, and he had just written a book, and he had talked about and told me a story about how President Ronald Reagan and his chief of staff back then, James Baker, had asked him to come to the Oval Office. This is in 1984. And he says, quote, Reagan didn't say a word. Instead, Baker delivered a message. The president is ordering you not to raise interest rates before the election. Now, Volcker wasn't planning to raise interest rates, and he said that he was stunned by all this. And then he went on to say that he later surmised that the library location had been chosen, quote, because unlike the Oval Office, it probably lacked a taping system. Has anything like that ever happened to you?
Basically, no. No, I mean, you remember in the prior administration, there was a lot of public things that happened, and the things that happened in private were exactly the same. The president said the same things to me privately as he said publicly. I said the same things privately to the president as I said publicly. So all of that it was in the prior administration, but nothing like, I know I'm very familiar with that story and with that book, by the way, but nothing exactly like that happened.
The other question that I had just is this is a government question, which is we've been talking about DOGE and things like that today. The Fed is self-funded, my understanding, but it does have congressional oversight. As Congress thinks about trying to figure out how to deal with the debt and the deficits and trying to make things more efficient, do you think that the Fed could come into or come under some kind of DOGE-like program?
Part of our independence is that we are self-funded and we have, the ability to make our own decisions about hiring people and that kind of thing. So we've got strong legal independence. We do try to run the Fed respectfully, and we know these are taxpayer dollars. Even though essentially we have a large balance sheet, and our assets earn more than our liabilities, so we're earning a spread, and we give those profits every year to the Treasury Department. But we also use some of it to pay for the Fed. But we try to be good, stewards of the public's money as well.
One of the things that I think is fascinating about you and differs from many of the other predecessors of yours is you speak very plainly and very openly and transparently. Alan Greenspan spoke somewhat obtusely. There was always this sort of communication divide in some ways. And I'm so curious how you think about that, which is this idea of communicating, and some people, by the way, would argue over-communicating in terms of the way the Fed approaches its job today. Sort of post-financial crisis, there really was a move to try to tell the public what was going to happen, to try to tell everybody where everybody thought the Fed was about to go, and whether you think long-term that that has helped you, or long-term whether you think that that has to be rethought.
You know, so go back 50 years, and central banks were mysterious, and you know, there was a lot of lore that was the right thing to be. Then there was a bunch of academic research by people like Alan Blinder and others, which came to the view, which is, I think, clearly correct, that if the market and the public understand how you will react to incoming data, then they'll do your work for you. You know, so today, when some economic event happens, markets adjust immediately, long before we take any policy action. So that's the whole modern theory, is to be as transparent as possible. And we've greatly increased transparency. People do make the argument that, you know, enough transparency, maybe it's too much. But I think generally the overall trend over 40 years of history has been very constructive. And also, you know, we're a public entity. We shouldn't be mysterious. We should be telling people what we're doing and why. In terms of speaking plainly, I think it's important that the interested public be able to understand what we're doing. And so it's important that we explain it in a way that doesn't include a lot of jargon. Jargon is really important when you're talking to other central bankers or other economists. But when you talk to the public and use jargon, you just make people angry, because it excludes people.
But do you think it makes it harder for you to make a snap decision, if a snap decision is necessary, because the markets have already moved on this expectation of where they think you're supposed to be, or where they think you're going?
That hasn't happened. I mean, we've moved very, very quickly, both up and down with rates when it became appropriate to do so. I mean, we cut rates. We were the first central bank in the world to cut rates to zero during the pandemic, and we raised rates during the inflation faster than the Fed ever has.
So here's a question about where we are now in this economy. And I want to get into maybe where the economy may go, but the expectation is that you're going to cut rates. But I'm curious about why that is the expectation, insofar as we're still in a moment where it appears that inflation looks a little stickier than we thought it did, and the economy is stronger in many ways than had been expected. And so the question is, what is the cost, if you will, of waiting?
Right. So let me take a step back on that and just say the background is that, as I mentioned, the U.S. economy is doing very well. We're in a very good place with the economy. We're growing at, you know, around 2.5%. And inflation has come down. Headline inflation was as high as 7.2 or so. Now it's at 2.3%. And unemployment's at 4.1%, which is a little higher than it was a couple years ago, but it's still it's a very, very low level. And, you know, we're not quite there on inflation, but we're still making progress. So the backstory is that the U.S. economy is in very good shape, and there's no reason for that not to continue. So we raised rates to between 5.25 and 5.5, and we held them there for 14 months. And other central banks around the world had already started cutting. We were the last major central bank to cut, and we're now on a path to bring rates back down to a more neutral level over time. But you're right, the economy is strong, and it's stronger than we thought it was going to be in September. So the labor market is better, and the downside risks appear to be less in the labor market. Growth is definitely stronger than we thought, and inflation is coming in a little higher. So the good news is that we can afford to be a little more cautious as we try to find neutral.
Well, tell me, I'm actually very curious about this, just how you think about it. Occasionally when you either get it wrong or it's not where you think it was going to go. As you just said, you had a different view in September than you do now. Obviously things change, but what was it in September that surprised you? And if you could go back in time, do you think that you would have known the difference?
Well, in September, what we saw was the unemployment rate had moved up close to a full percentage point. And again, we'd held on long after other major central banks had cut. And I mean, more broadly, there are two risks, right? There's the risk that we move too quickly and undermine the progress we've made on inflation, and there's the risk that we move too slowly and unnecessarily undermine the labor market. And we're trying to be in that middle place and get it just right so that we continue to get inflation coming down. We keep policy at a restrictive level, but at a less restrictive level over time. That's what we're trying to do. I would say in September, it was time for us to cut because it was time, but also because I wanted to send, and we wanted to send a strong signal that we were going to support the labor market if it continued to weaken. What happened instead was, in the couple of months after that, we got some data revisions which strongly suggested that the economy is even stronger than we thought, even stronger than we thought. So the picture is actually stronger than it was then.
How do you think we, as the public, should think about when we get these labor numbers, which, by the way, seem to get revised all the time? Do we have a counting problem? No, and I ask it really, because oftentimes we'll see a number, and then you'll find out, a month later that not only was their new number, but actually the old number was off by more than you could expect. Do you think there's a better way?
So the way it works is that the numbers that people see from the household survey, the household survey is the unemployment rate, and then the payroll jobs, that's an economic establishment survey. They're surveys, so you're not counting people nationwide. You're doing as sophisticated as you can survey, and you're projecting that out to the nation. What's happened lately is that survey response levels have come down, and that has probably it's meant for smaller groups of people, and that means there's more volatility. There's been more volatility in the revision. So you've seen a lot of months in which a job number comes in and then it gets revised down the next month, and that's typical when the unemployment rate is going up. The labor market data is among the best data that we get. We do eventually, the Fed doesn't do this kind of data, but it eventually gets down to counting people and tax records and things like that. But the first numbers that you see are survey-based. And
into some of the things that may be forward-looking in terms of political or new policy changes. So we heard a couple things this morning when we were talking to Ken Griffin. One is he thinks that the economy is about to rip in a great way because the regulatory shackles are going to come off the system that were under the Biden administration, and President-elect Trump is going to take that off. At the same time, we also talked about tariffs and the uncertainty that would create, which he does not think is going to actually create much uncertainty, at least for a while. How do you, sitting in your seat, think about those things?
So, like all forecasters, we have to kind of make a guess at this point about what's going to mean for the economy. But let's take tariffs. Here's what we don't know about tariffs. We don't know how big they'll be. We don't know their timing and their duration. We don't know what goods will be tariffed. We don't know what countries' goods will be tariffed. We don't know how that will play into prices. What will be the transmission into prices? We don't know how people in the markets and in the economy will react to that. And we don't know whether other countries will retaliate. So that's the list of things that we don't know. It's a partial list of the things we don't know. So we can't really start making policy on that at this time. That is something that lies well into the future. We have to let this play out. We literally don't know all those things. The main thing we don't know is all the other things that'll be happening in the economy in 6 months or a year when this starts to matter. So what are we doing? We're modeling this. We're looking at it. We're evaluating it. We're observing. But it's right. The decisions we're making right now are not about that. They're about what's happening in the economy now.
Similar answer in terms of immigration. And the reason I ask about immigration is, the CBO has calculated that if there's one force in the economy today that could be a major boost or not to the GDP, jobs, tax revenue, lowering the deficit, all of it, seems to be about higher net immigration.
So let me say, for both trade and immigration, the Fed has no role in that policy. We don't have an institutional view on the right level of tariffs or the right level of immigration. It's just not our job. That's the job of elected people, and we don't comment on the decisions they make for whatever reasons they deem appropriate. We don't comment on that. But I can tell you, there was a great deal of significant wave of immigration. It's now the level of immigration has come way down in the second half of this year as the Biden administration changed its policies.
Right.
it's true that a lot of people came in and they went to work, and that was part of why the GDP growth was so high in 2023, was a wave of people coming in and doing more work and spending money.
I know the dollar is the Treasury's department, so I'm not going to ask you about the dollar per se, but I am curious, just because it relates to tariffs, there has been this sort of speculation around tariffing countries, BRIC countries, that may be trying to build their own currency. And long term, if you're just to think out a long time, the idea of the U.S. as a reserve currency relative to somebody else creating their own, is it something that concerns you?
You know, so, I mean, you started with this. The administration, and more particularly the Treasury Department, has responsibility for the value of the dollar and for exchange. It's not something that we opine on. We stay away from that, and they stay away from, you know, what we do.
You hope. Let me ask you a slightly different question about crypto. We were talking earlier also about Bitcoin, and it's going, you know, it's rising. There's talk in Washington also about creating a Bitcoin reserve, actually. You do deal with currencies to some degree, and you have to think about some of these issues. How does crypto sit with you right now at a time when it appears that this next administration may legalize it in a much more broader way? I mean, it's legal now, but that there might be a much bigger groundswell for it.
So from the jobs that we have, what's relevant is really two things. One is just, you know, what role should crypto assets be allowed to play in the banking system? We try to keep the banking system safe and sound. We regulate and supervise banks, and we would want the interaction between the crypto business and the banks to not just threaten the health and well-being of the banks. That's thing one. The other one just is, to the extent anybody's doing that through a bank, we would want the public to, if people are buying, you know, crypto products and things like that, there's sort of a consumer protection aspect of it. But they should need to understand exactly what it is and that sort of thing. But we're not, you know, we don't regulate it directly, and we don't have that big of a role.
Would you ever own it yourself?
I'm not allowed to.
You're not allowed to?
No.
One of the big issues coming up is going to be taxes in the budget. We talked about DOGE and all of this. One thing that you have spoken out quite emphatically about is debt and deficits. You've been doing that now for a very, very long time. What is, in your mind, the tipping point for the debt and the deficit? In that, you know, for a very long time, I go back to thinking of 2010 or 11, I read some of the speeches that you were giving back then, and thinking about Simpson Bowles. And at that time, people talked about the debt and deficit. We're at a tipping point. If we don't deal with it immediately, you know, we're at a knife's edge, we're going to tip over. And here we are in 2024, and we haven't tipped over yet. In between that, there was this whole MMT idea that somehow we could just spend money wildly, and that would be fine too. And I'm not sure that's gained too much traction either. Maybe it's been undone. But what do you worry about as the tipping point for all of this?
So you're right. I did work on fiscal policy issues before I came to the Fed. But at the Fed, you know, we don't have oversight over fiscal policy. Quite to the contrary, Congress has oversight over us. So I would limit myself to saying this, that the U.S. federal budget is on an unsustainable path. The debt is not at an unsustainable level, but the path is unsustainable. And we know that we have to change that. We've got to get back so that revenues and spending are in better alignment. We don't need to pay the debt down. We don't need to balance the budget. We just need the economy to grow faster than the debt, and that's not happening. We're running very large budget deficits at a time of full employment and strong growth. So we need to address that, and we got to do it sooner or later, and sooner is better than later.
Now, do you think the Fed should or could take into account the debt and deficits and that cost in terms of where you think rates can or should be ever?
No, never. I mean, if the central bank, this is you see this in some emerging market countries, for example. If the central bank can't raise rates to deal with inflation because the fiscal situation is so bad that they can't raise rates, that's called fiscal dominance, and that we're so far from that. I mean, we will always use our, I put it this way, we'll always use our tools to achieve price stability and maximum employment, and 2% inflation. We're not thinking about, oh, we better not raise rates because of the budget. If we ever get to that point, that we're far from that point.
Right. Before I forget, one of the reasons I wanted to actually ask you about Bitcoin is, to some degree, people think that is a symbol of people's faith or lack of faith in either the U.S. dollar or in the Federal Reserve itself, in terms of the system. What do you think of that idea?
I don't think that's how people think about it. I mean, it's so, people use Bitcoin as a speculative asset, right? It's like gold. It's just like gold, only it's virtual. It's digital. People are not using it as a form of payment or as a store of value. It's highly volatile. It's not a competitor for the dollar. It's really a competitor for gold. That's really how I think of it.
When you think about other countries, and I know it's not your job necessarily to think about other countries, but you spend a lot of time, I think, talking to your peers at other central banks. What are you most concerned about? Are you most concerned about the economy in China right now? Are you most concerned about Europe? Take us around the world.
There, as good as things are in the United States, of course, there are always risks. And certainly geopolitical risk is very elevated around the world with Ukraine and the Middle East, and kind of very weak growth in places like China. That's all out there. I think domestically, we do see low and moderate income people under some economic pressure. If you read, for example, or listen to the earnings reports from some of the retailers who deal a lot with low and moderate income people, they will uniformly say that people are under pressure. They're very much price shopping and that kind of thing. So that's the aggregate numbers for the U.S. are really good, but we see pressures there in the lower income spectrum that we didn't see 2 years ago, after the pandemic, when people came out with really significant amounts of savings.
One of the, when we came up, and I don't know if you got a chance to see the video, we were talking, one of the big things was vibe session, this idea of how people think, the vibe about the economy. And I think the vibe had a lot to do with actually the result of the election. And I'm curious how you think about this question, about inflation. A lot of people were saying, well, it is this past administration's fault, the inflation problem. Some people said it was your fault. Some people said it was how much money Congress appropriated during the period of COVID. How do you actually think about it yourself?
Look, we shut down the world economy partially, and there was a global outburst of inflation. There was a time when there wasn't a single country in the world that had 2% inflation. It was everywhere, okay? And what was it because? It was because of a lot of pent-up demand. It was certainly because of very strong fiscal support and low rates. All of those things contributed to inflation everywhere. And now it's, if you look at, I could show you a graph of 10 countries, and they all look like that. And I'd say, which one is the United States? You wouldn't be able to, you'd have a 1 in 10 chance of guessing. So I think that's what happened. And, the good news is, in the case of the United States, we're back to a much better place. But I will say, people are unhappy because the price level is higher. Right. You can tell people that inflation has gone down, which is the change in prices. But that doesn't matter to people who are paying, 10, 20% more for the important things in their lives.
You are known to spend a lot of time talking to folks in Congress privately. Folks like Fetterman, by the way, love you, apparently. I'm curious what you think the state of financial literacy is in Congress today.
So like anything else, it's mixed. There are people who are very knowledgeable, and they tend to be the ones in responsible positions on the important committees. And there are people who, there's so many things to be an expert on when you're a congressman or a senator. Think of the breadth of the things they have to know about. Defense, it's endless. So it's not surprising that most of them are not, a good number of them are focused on the economy and, monetary policy and things like that. But many of them are focused on other things, as you would expect.
We are out of time, but before we go, I am told that you have a special talent. I don't know if the public knows about this special talent, but I thought since we're here, we should try it out, which is that apparently you can repeat sentences backwards, famously.
Ever since I was a little kid, I was able to see, and just for standard vocabulary words, I can see it in my head spelled forwards and backwards. I started pretty much any word, as long as it's not 12 syllables, And I started doing that for friends when I was about 10 years old, and they were like, "What is that?" So I would write it down. So I can just see and I'm not as good as that I used to be, but I can literally see the word forward and backward in my head, and I can spell it backwards. Like you're a word and a
So if I give you a sentence, can you do the whole sentence backwards?
I can do each word. I can't do the whole sentence.
So the sentence I had written down, this was Bernanke in 2008. It may be too long for you, though. If we don't do this now, we won't have an economy on Monday.
I'll do economy, Inamos. Imonos. That's economy backward. I'm not going to do the whole sentence.
Jay Powell, everybody, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it. Fed Chair Jerome Powell in discussion with Andrew Ross Sorkin at the New York Times Dealbook Summit here in New York City. It is Bloomberg Business Week, live on Bloomberg TV Radio, streaming on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals. I'm Tim Stenevec. Carol Massar is off today. Emily Griffeo is here. She's Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter here in our Bloomberg Business Week studio. Some headlines from that conversation that just wrapped up. Jay Powell saying not quite there when it comes to inflation, but still making some progress. Also says that no reason a good economy will not continue. And now we're on a path to bring rates to a neutral level over time. The Federal Reserve chairman also saying that the September cut was a strong signal to support the labor market. And when it came to tariffs, the Federal Reserve chairman saying that we can't start making policy on tariff proposals yet, but we're modeling, looking at, and evaluating tariff proposals. For more, let's bring in Bloomberg News international economics and policy reporter Michael McKee, who's here in our Bloomberg Business Week studio. A bit of over a half hour with the chairman of the Federal Reserve, taken with the comments from the many Fed speakers we got in the last 2 days. Mike, what sticks out to you about what we heard from the chairman just now?
Well, not a whole lot. I mean, I think obviously the New York Times a little more concerned with political issues than monetary policy issues, as we would be. But
asking more about
his relationship with the incoming administration, that sort of thing, which the chairman sort of by nature is going to dodge all those questions. There wasn't really anything new in terms of monetary policy, and I didn't expect it going in because the Fed has said they are data dependent and they're going to look at all of the data before they make their December decision. And we don't have the jobs report, we don't have the CPI report, we don't have retail sales. There's a lot of data that we don't have, so you couldn't really have expected him to come out and say we're going to do X, Y, or Z. So he did his usual dodge around that as well. He went a little farther on the tariff stuff than he has, but others have said we've been studying, modeling different possibilities, but they don't know what numbers to finally plug into their models, so they don't have a good handle on this.
Is there an expectation, though, that the Fed really is going to take into account tariffs, immigration policy when they make monetary policy? Because a lot of people would say that some of that inflation that comes from the tariffs might be short-lived and is not going to impact what a central bank does.
Back in 2018, when the first iteration of President Trump imposed tariffs, the Fed staff did a study, and it was published in what they call the Teal Book, their advice book for members of the Open Market Committee, that said you could react to it, but maybe you want to just look through it, because if you impose a layer of tariffs, it's a one-time increase in the price level. Now, the thing that they don't know this time is this going to be a one-time slap tariffs on something, or are we going to see a series of tariffs in different areas that keep on going, and that would raise the inflation, not just the price level, but the regular inflation rate. So it is difficult for them because he's been so all over the map on how much he wants to tariff.
Hey, Mike, before we let you go, you also spoke with a member of the Federal Reserve earlier today, Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis President Alberto Musalem. What did you learn from the conversation that happened here at Bloomberg HQ?
Well, he was, I thought, a little more interesting than Jay Powell, if I can dare say that.
I won't tell Jay.
Okay, because he said that he thinks that we are close to a pause. He didn't want to say December, but he said sometime in the next couple of meetings, we want to pause the rate cuts. And he's the first one who has really said that. I mean, you've had people like Austin Goolsbee saying, we need to cut more and more and more and more and more. And then now you've got Alberto Musalem saying, well, maybe
inflation is sticky. We've seen it stall out. The economy has slowed in some areas, and we got that in the ISM services numbers today. And maybe we just need to sit for a bit and see what happens. So that was about the news of the day from the Fed side. The rest of it is we don't know what's going to happen with Trump. We don't know what's going to happen with inflation yet. So we're kind of keeping an eye on things. I did want to mention the Beige Book just came out. And the interesting thing there was that it was very optimistic.
Okay.
I mean, in Fed speak, they talk about the economy being moderate, which is not an enthusiastic adjective. But basically, they said the business contacts expressed optimism that demand will rise in coming months. And so that tells the Fed maybe we want to look at whether we want to keep cutting rates if we don't need to. If financial conditions are easy enough, businesses feel good about things. They didn't say they're going to hire more people, but they did say they thought that demand would pick up.
All right, well, we always like it when you sit with us for a little bit. Michael McKee, international economics and policy correspondent, joining us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. From U.S. monetary policy over to Europe, where we've been closely following what's happening in France, where it's about 8:22 p.m. in a historic moment. Lawmakers from the far left and right of France's political spectrum are set to combine and topple Prime Minister Michel Barnier's government tonight in Paris. The National Assembly set to reconvene as we speak, and that is when we're supposed to get the result. Covering it all is Stephen Carroll, Bloomberg Radio Daybreak Europe anchor. Stephen joins us from our Paris bureau. Stephen, good to see you this evening. Earlier in your career, you spent a decade working for France 24 television in Paris. You've interviewed President Emmanuel Macron, Prime Minister Michel Barnier. How did we get to where we are today?
I mean, the short answer is that Emmanuel Macron called an election in June. He wasn't happy with how his party did in European Parliament elections, so he decided to go to the country, dissolve the Parliament, the National Assembly, call elections, thinking that it would reinforce his position, give French people the choice of who they wanted to govern. Unfortunately, French people didn't have the same idea, and what he ended up with was fewer numbers of MPs in the National Assembly and a very fractured Parliament that left three large groupings: the Marine Le Pen's National Rally on the right, the far right, his centrist group, which he picked up some of the centre-right party as well, and this left-wing alliance, which is the biggest group in the Parliament as well. Nobody had a majority, nobody could govern. Then he had to try and find a government, because his job as president, he gets to nominate the prime minister and set the agenda for policy. He picked Michel Barnier, this man who has had a storied 50-year career in French politics. He's been a minister, he's been a European commissioner, he was the EU's chief negotiator on Brexit. He is a statesman, he brings with him, he's not from Macron's political family, so he brings with him the sense of somebody who is above the fray of politics. He's not currently an elected politician, so got him in to try and run the government, to pass a budget, which was the biggest immediate concern. He brought the budget to Parliament, tried to negotiate a compromise with the various groups, wasn't able to do that, used a constitutional provision that allows him to force it through Parliament. But unfortunately, the downside of using that provision is that the opposition can call a vote of no confidence in the government. And that's where we are now. And they're currently voting after about 2.5 hours of debate in the French Parliament. Lots of views expressed. Michel Barnier got up at the end to lay out his position, to saying it's a moment of truth and responsibility for France. And we'll find out if anyone listened to him in just a couple of minutes' time.
And Stephen, what happens in the immediate aftermath if the French government loses the no confidence vote?
So the first thing that happens is the government has to resign, right? So Michel Barnier and all of his ministers will present their resignation to the president. It then turns to the president, who will have to appoint the next government. But the more immediate problem, because there's no deadline for when Emmanuel Macron would have to pick a new prime minister to lead and form a new government, the more immediate problem is France's current budget runs out at the end of the year. So then we roll over into 2025 and into relative political unknown. There won't be a shutdown, and it's actually been funny in a lot of the discourse here. People that keep mentioning, oh, it won't be like the US. You know, we won't have a government shutdown.
Yeah, that's our problem.
They'll still keep collecting. Yeah, they'll still keep collecting taxes. They're even using the word shutdown in French, which is quite funny. But they're still going to collect taxes. Public services will still run. But essentially what they'll do is they'll take the 2024 budget, carve it up into 12 pieces, and each department will get a 12th of their budget every month. Now, that presents, as you might imagine, all sorts of problems, because it's very difficult to run the state on that sort of month-to-month basis. It's not like working on your overdraft. And the other problem is that there were a load of measures in this budget that were going to change things, both for taxpayers and for welfare recipients. So for taxpayers, the tax thresholds for income tax were due to rise in line with inflation. If that doesn't happen, well, not everyone, but 18 million households are going to be paying more tax from January. There's good news, though, for pensioners. They were due to get their inflation-linked increase delayed after January to later in the year. They actually will get their inflation-linked increase in January if there isn't a budget. But all of this presents the same problem that France has had since the middle of last year. Its budget deficit is too large for EU budget rules, but also to be able to convince markets, and we've seen France's international borrowing costs rise as a result. Part of the issue now has to be is they need to come up with a credible fiscal plan for the country so as to calm the fears that exist on the markets. And the rise in borrowing costs has been moderate. It hasn't got to quite extremes yet, but it sets up a huge task for whoever's going to take over after Michel Barnier, if indeed he is forced to resign, as to whether or not they can put together the plan and achieve something that a man who was legendary for his negotiation skills wasn't able to.
Well, we are waiting to hear from the National Assembly about the results of that vote. We will bring that to you imminently as we do get the results, Stephen. What about other names that at this point have emerged to take over as Prime Minister? What can you tell us there?
Well, Michel Barnier ruled himself out in an interview on French television last night, which is important because it had been something that had been speculated that perhaps Emmanuel Macron might just say, we'll give it another go. By the way, the last time this happened, when the only time since the current constitution's been in force in France, which is since 1958, the only time it's happened that a government has lost a vote of no confidence was in 1962.
Hey, Stephen, I'm sorry to cut you off. We're getting a result right now. The French government falls after no confidence vote in a parliament. The French no confidence motion passes with 331 votes, 288 were needed. Not too surprising given how closely you followed this, but what's your immediate reaction?
I mean, look, it means there wasn't any defections. Michel Barnier's call for responsibility doesn't seem to have won over any of the MPs he was hoping. He was particularly targeting the centre-left party, the Socialist Party, who've been in government in France many times in recent history. The question of whether or not some of those MPs might be willing to abstain, for example, from this vote to try and save the government. He doesn't seem to have convinced them with this message. That's the number in and around what we expected, because it's basically, if you add together the left-wing alliance and Marine Le Pen's far-right national rally, those parties put together give us that total of in and around 330. So it looks like that they didn't manage to convince anyone to cross the line. It's a result that's pretty much then in line with expectations, but now opens up the question of what happens next. What will Emmanuel Macron do? He's just landed back in France in the past few minutes from a visit to Saudi Arabia, where he was trying to brush off a lot of these political questions at home and continue on with international affairs, to little avail, as everyone just wanted to ask him what he planned to do after this vote went through. He had been asked on many occasions whether or not he might resign, and he says that's not an issue. It's not even in question that he would do that. Of course, his term runs till 2027. So we now set ourselves up for the timeline where the French president can take as long as he likes to appoint a new government. We don't think he's going to leave it that long, but it does plunge us into a sort of political vacuum now. We'll have to have a caretaker government to keep current affairs running, but it's going to make those big challenges like dealing with the budget even more difficult.
Stephen, do we have a good idea of who would likely be the next prime minister and what that new government would look like?
We don't. There are a couple of names that have been floated around, but it's not a specific list of people that have been floated. You could imagine that Emmanuel Macron would try and pick from, if not his own political family, those who've already said that they would ally with him. There had been a question before Michel Barnier was picked as to whether he might be able to pick a politician from the Socialist Party, that centre-left party, and thus bring them into this centre alliance that he was trying to create. But they couldn't agree between the left-wing parties on the same candidate that Emmanuel Macron wanted. That was Bernard Cazeneuve, who's a former interior minister. He was the one who had been mentioned last time around. This was in the discussions that led up to Michel Barnier being picked. But the names that are out there now are in the realm of speculation. There's no rallied support around someone. There's no obvious candidate for who would take over, because the challenge facing the person who takes on that is they have the same parliamentary maths to deal with. Michel Barnier was dealt a very difficult hand. He didn't have a majority in Parliament. He did his best to try and build a way of working. He always said that he was leaving it to Parliament to be able to legislate and negotiate on important matters. That's failed. You have to ask who would be brave enough to step into those shoes, because it's a pretty nasty hand of cards to be handed.
That's exactly where I want to go. We're getting some commentary from France Unbowed lawmaker Mathilde Panot, who says that, quote, finally the Barnier government has fallen along with its violent budget. Today is a historic day. What does a budget look like in France after this process?
Well, look, we go into this situation where we're going to be going month to month from January. There's very little hope that even if a government was formed tomorrow that they would be able to resuscitate this current budget plan and actually get anything in place by the end of the year. So either way, when it comes to the end, the 31st of December, we're rolling into this, I suppose, minimum service French state that's going to be in place from January of next year. And that's going to bring back in those questions around tax rises for a lot of households who are paying income tax, those rises for pensions as well. And there were specific things like extra financial aid for farmers, which now won't be paid out because that won't go into the budget bill. So the next immediate step is that there will be a motion that'll need to be passed in Parliament to, I suppose, activate this temporary measures to keep the state running, the lights on, if you will. There's not expected to be any major opposition to that, because no French politician wants to be responsible for, no welfare payments being paid early next year. So there's not an expectation that we will have anything but this month-to-month situation operating from January with a larger budget deficit and with the pressure that's going to put on France's borrowing costs in international markets as well.
We're speaking with Stephen Carroll, Bloomberg Radio Daybreak Europe anchor, joining us from our Paris bureau. Stephen Carroll has about a decade of experience covering French politics, working for France 24 TV in Paris. I do also want to bring in Stephen Englander, global head G10X FX research at Standard Chartered Bank. He joins us from New York. Stephen Englander, talking a little bit about the market reaction here. French bond futures now pairing an earlier advance after the vote result. The euro paired gains to trade little changed at around $1.05. How are you looking at market reaction here? What's the trade?
Well, I don't think that there's any immediate trade. We started seeing French spreads widen around the middle of November. The euro is probably about 1% lower than it would have been absent, this issue. I think the last few days the market has reconciled itself to a kind of very much a caretaker government, but also, with what the other Steve mentioned, which is that the budget itself is kind of an austerity budget because nothing's indexed in nominal terms. It's all the same level of spending, so it's a lower real spending. So from a market perspective, this isn't a disaster right now. If it does become a political crisis, like even deeper, or if it spills over to the rest of Europe, that would become much more intense. And, as we've seen here, typically these things get resolved because one side or another decides that it's taking a political beating, being seen as responsible for,
Stephen,
whatever checks don't go out or whatever.
Stephen Engler, I was going to follow up and ask, does this affect ECB policy at all? Is the central bank thinking about kind of this uncertainty around what happens next with the French budget?
I think the ECB is more, say, cognizant of these issues, right? We just heard Powell sort of, drawing strict lines between fiscal and government and the central bank. I don't think the ECB has those strict lines going back to the, European fiscal crisis. So, maybe a little more likely to cut to make things easier. But I think initially, at least, their focus will be on trying to prevent any kind of spillover into the rest of Europe and reassure markets that they're ready to take action if anything would happen.
Stephen Englander, when you say spillover, do you mean political spillover? Do you mean spillover when it comes to markets? How do you see it?
Well, I think in the first instance, if we start seeing Italian spreads going up and Portuguese spreads going up, that's exactly what they don't want and what they would react to initially. It's a little bit more delicate to try and intervene on French spreads when it's a French political crisis. But for the rest of Europe, I think their role is unambiguous.
I want to bring back in Stephen Carroll, who's in our Paris bureau. The far-left France Unbowed Party calls for Emmanuel Macron to resign. I know you've been getting caught up just in the last few minutes, Stephen. What sticks out to you as far as other names that potentially have emerged, or what the political future of Macron is?
I mean, look, Emmanuel Macron has brushed off any suggestion that he will resign. There's no way that he can be forced to. This vote doesn't affect his position in power, and he's due to stay in office until 2027, a person who very keenly would like him to resign, and we've seen that in the decision that she has made in supporting this no-confidence motion is Marine Le Pen. The far-right candidate, of course, was the person who went up against Macron in the last two presidential elections. Her support has been growing slowly, and the margin by which Emmanuel Macron defeated her in the last presidential elections was much smaller than in 2017. So she would very much like for there to be an early presidential election to get a chance for her to be able to get a shot at the presidency. Now, it's not unusual that we'll have that same call from the far left. They're actually one of the biggest groups in Parliament, so they know that they have also significant support, and that's been the story of how politics has evolved under Emmanuel Macron in power, as we've seen greater support for far right and far left parties as a result. Some of those other names that you mentioned for Prime Minister, I mentioned Bernard Cazeneuve a minute ago, the former Socialist Prime Minister and Interior Minister as well. Perhaps the left might be able to agree on him perhaps forming a government, and that would open up the left side of the Parliament to be able to perhaps form a centrist coalition. Other ones that we have been talking about is the likes of François Bayrou, who was a centrist politician, an early supporter of Emmanuel Macron way back when he ran for president the first time around as well. Quite a similar profile in some ways to Michel Barnier. He's been around a long time in French politics. He has a certain amount of respect for the positions that he's had as well, and perhaps he could be someone who could draw people together, but he's not really outside of the current alliance that Macron's in. You'd think that because he's already tried Michel Barnier, someone who's already out of domestic politics, that perhaps he might be looking for someone a little bit bigger next time around that'll pull in new votes and new support so that he'll be able to create some currency in Parliament as well.
Stephen Carroll, we're going to have to let you go. I know you've got a busy night ahead of you. We definitely appreciate you taking the time and joining us. That's Stephen Carroll of Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. He's an anchor for Bloomberg Radio, joining us from Paris. I do want to bring in Caroline Conan over at the French National Assembly from Bloomberg News. She joins us now. Caroline, give us the reaction, what you find, what you're hearing, what you're seeing right outside the French National Assembly.
As you can actually see behind me, the MPs are already leaving the National Assembly. So this vote, we waited for the entire day, and the vote itself took only a few minutes. 331 votes to support this motion of no confidence, making this Barnier government collapse. And even before the vote actually happened, we knew this was pretty much a done deal because Michel Barnier himself, in his last speech, it was like a farewell speech. He was basically thanking all his staff, all his ministers, saying, we've done a good job for the past 3 months, even though that was the shortest time in office for a prime minister since the Fifth Republic in 1958. And he even said at some point, even with this no confidence vote, the issues won't disappear with the magic of this no confidence motion, meaning obviously the parliament is still a hung parliament, there is no majority, and whoever President Macron names next as prime minister, they're going to have to face the same issues with this fragmented parliament behind me.
Right. Talk a little bit more about just the outlook for Macron here, because we do know that the far left party is calling for him to resign.
Yeah, but you know the far left party has been calling for Macron to resign since basically the snap elections in July. So, of course, we heard Mathilde Panot from the far left again tonight, just a few minutes ago, in the halls of the Assembly just behind me, calling this a historic day, and again calling for Macron's resignation. But Macron is a president technically until 2027. That is the end of his presidential term. So unless he decides to do it himself, nothing really forces him to resign. And the Constitution actually says that he's going to name a new prime minister. Now the question is that who can this prime minister be in order to get this budget passed before the end of the month, and in order to get anything done really over the next few weeks and few months, because he cannot call new elections, new parliamentary elections, until at least next July. So the situation will remain the same unless, of course, the center-left, the socialists, actually decide to break up from this far-left person who was claiming victory and calling for resignation. In fact, the socialist center-left are not calling for Macron's resignation. That's interesting. Could we see a wider coalition going from the socialists to the center-right? We'll see over the next few days. Anything's possible.
Bloomberg's Caroline Conan right there outside of the French National Assembly in Paris. I do want to get back to Stephen Englander, Global Head G10 FX Research at Standard Chartered Bank, joining us from New York. The French stocks closing in on their worst year since 2010. Although the CAC 40 today seemed to shrug off this news, it rose 0.7%. Can you talk about the equity market reaction around this at all?
Well, you know, I think there's just a lot of uncertainty there. And, you know, obviously there will be pockets where maybe they were, you know, expecting some help from the budget, and that's not going to come. But I think it's more broad macro uncertainties than there is any, you know, specific equity market risk. What we could see is you know, right now the turnover budget is sort of an austerity budget. If it does turn out that they reach an agreement, but it's much more expansionary, you know, we could see an equity market reaction, but we could also see markets looking at the fiscal situation and being a little concerned.
What about the outlook here for U.S. versus Europe? We've obviously been watching euro parity. We're not there quite yet, but there's a lot of talk about the U.S. dollar continuing to strengthen against other countries, other regions, including Europe. What are you kind of watching levels-wise, and does this news in France kind of change the narrative at all?
Well, look, I think it does put parity. I mean, it obviously has put parity a little bit closer. If anything, what's surprising, you know, my guess is that we saw 1%, maybe slightly less, 0.75% impact on the euro. So the market is seeing it as an issue. It's not really seeing it as a market crisis. If something were to develop that really led to prolonged political uncertainty, that would be much harsher. But I you know, right till now, the market is sort of seeing it as a bad, but not as a very bad.
Stephen Englander, Global Head G10 FX Research at Standard Chartered Bank, joining us from New York this afternoon. Really do appreciate it. I do want to bring in now Abigail Doolittle. She's a Bloomberg News Markets correspondent. Typically, Abigail, during this time, you know, you're watching U.S. markets, and that's certainly what your eyes are on. Oftentimes, though, reacting to U.S. news. Are we seeing any U.S. market reaction to what's happening in Paris, and also this widely expected to happen?
We're seeing little to no reaction in U.S. markets at this point, and relative to those markets that would be more sensitive to this, such as the euros you were just talking about, or the French 10-year yield, or even a French ETF. We're seeing almost no reaction. That French ETF up about 0.4%. And to your point, it just tells us that investors have really priced this in. Where we take these markets back to see what the reaction is from when Barnier came into office in early September, or even back to June when President Macron made the snap vote and tried to shore up support for himself, but instead made Marine Le Pen's far-right party much stronger. It's interesting that French ETF down about 14 to 15% over that time period. So again, this not entirely surprising to markets, and here in U.S., business as usual.
I'm I'm going to give my colleague Christina Kino a shout out because she flagged markets-wise that the euro and dollar indexes are the most negatively correlated since April, which I think kind of works with your thesis, Abigail, that a lot of this was priced in. But really, what is the outlook here? We were talking about parity with Stephen Englander. What do you think? Do we hit euro parity soon, or?
So, it's an interesting question. We may hit euro parity soon. Just backing up the chart a little bit to take a look at it. It does appear technically, we all know I love a good chart, that could happen. I would say it has less to do with what's happening in France, despite the fact that there's so much turmoil there, and more to do with the populist movement that we're seeing worldwide. And what I mean by that is President-elect Trump, his protectionist stance has sent the dollar index up about 5% since late September. That's when he started to really have stronger numbers in terms of the betting markets, and then the polls followed. But at the end of the day, this result today, toppling the current centrist government toward these unusual allies of the far left and the far right, tell you that people are unhappy, similar to perhaps why President-elect Trump has been elected again. And I think that that's the bigger reaction in terms of the dollar. So if we do see the euro go down to parity or below, I think it has less to do with what's happening in Europe outside of this overall movement toward populism, whether it's Germany, Finland, or France, and more having to do with President-elect Trump.
So on a day like today, where we're seeing news from around the world, we're seeing market reaction, what are you, or seeing sort of lack thereof, seeing some in the FX, of course, but what are you watching? What should we be watching? What should we be paying attention to?
At the end of the day, when these sorts of headlines happen, even when they're priced in, and I'm thinking about yesterday in South Korea, that was real headline risk that then quickly turned around, but there's probably more likely ahead. It's going to come down to volatility. That's what we are seeing. So here in the U.S., of course, we're going to look at the VIX, which is at a very, very sleepy 13. So U.S. investors, you could say, are complacent given everything that's going on in the world right now. Often, when that VIX does go into sleepy territory like that, it's a perfect setup for it to spring higher. And Scott Bauer of Prosper Trading Academy and some of the other options experts that we talk to on Options Insight on Fridays, they've said that they think that investors are maybe setting themselves up for some sort of a surprise. What would be to trigger that? We don't know what that will be. But the VIX and even Bitcoin, in a way, Bitcoin, a real measure of risk. If it's high, people are willing to take risk. Right now, that is the case. But if it were to fall suddenly, that would be another indicator of a risk-off sentiment.
I also want to get your reaction to what yields are doing, especially after we have this news that the Beige Book actually painted maybe a rosier picture of the economy than we would have expected. I would have expected to see yields moving higher off of that, but the 2 years down 6 basis points.
Well, that's an interesting point for sure. Bond traders over the last 2 or 3 years have not been the best indicators of markets. They were, in fact, wrong for quite some time. And then more recently, they've been a little bit more correct. This could be some indication of investors seeking safety, against this tumultuous time. Another place to look at that would be if the yen starts to strengthen. I think that that's probably a piece of it. But I think that the other thing to think about with yields is, since I believe basically the end of September when the dollar had that tremendous rally on the possibility of President-elect Trump coming in because of the idea that he's going to be spending more and that would, pressure the budget and then yields, you've had this tremendous backup. So it's also a little bit of a correction of that activity, I would say.
Abigail, very briefly, back to equities. The CAC 40 market cap, $2.32 trillion. Apple alone, $3.6 trillion. Just for some context.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point. And on that CAC 40, it's interesting. On the year, it's down about 3%. The S&P 500 up more than 25%. That right there tells you the story about the uncertainty in France. I wouldn't say that it means that France is uninvestable, or I think that strategists wouldn't say that, but it does say that there's some uncertainty there. So again, this result that we're having here of the French government being toppled, not really even sure what President Macron's future is, priced into that CAC, again, down 3% on the year versus the S&P 500 up more than 25%.
All right, Abigail Doolittle, Bloomberg News Markets correspondent, joining us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. Well, we got a lot of fast-moving and breaking news. I want to come back to the United States and talk a little bit about the regulatory landscape under the next Trump administration. We learned today that Paul Atkins, a veteran financial regulator, a fixture in Washington's conservative financial circles, is President-elect Donald Trump's choice to lead and possibly overhaul the SEC. We got with us Nathan Dean, senior policy analyst over at Bloomberg Intelligence. The name had floated in recent days, Nathan, so not too much of a surprise here, but what would you say is the top focus of Paul Atkins if he is indeed confirmed by the Senate?
Yeah, so former Commissioner Paul Atkins, he was a commissioner in the early 2000s, I think really has three things that he's going to be focusing on if he's confirmed, with the idea that deregulation is his mantra. This is what he lives and breathes. First is crypto. Obviously, he brings a pro-cryptocurrency view to an SEC that's taken a very much a different confrontational view. So it loosens up enforcement risk for companies like Coinbase that are currently engaged with the SEC on enforcement actions. Second is capital formation. This is something we saw during Trump 1.0. I think there's going to be a return to that, maybe changes to the accredited investor definition, allowing private individuals to invest more in private markets. And then the third one is this idea of the U.S. equity market structure. For those of you that are in exchanges or dark pools and so forth like that, back in 2005, there was this rule called Reg NMS that really dictated how the U.S. equity market structure is today. He was a heavy dissent to that. And so it wouldn't be surprising that if 2027, he looks back at Reg NMS and says, maybe we should make some changes here. Okay, I want to start with crypto because that's what you led with, and I think that's what a lot of the conversation, has to do with when we see a name such as this. Bitcoin has a market cap of all Bitcoin that's out there, close to $2 trillion. Again, smaller than the market cap of even a single stock like Apple, for example, in the S&P 500. Is crypto a priority for him, like a huge priority for him? Yeah, you're actually hitting this right. I mean, if you put the New York Stock Exchange, it's around 30 trillion, but cryptocurrency's always punched above its weight in terms of its size and importance when compared to the rest of the market. So I think what happens here with crypto is really two things. One is he changes the SEC enforcement view. Right now, the SEC is bringing a lot of enforcement cases. And for example, if you want to have one meeting with the SEC on the crypto side, you're looking at probably around $300,000 just to get your outside legal counsel. Wow. And so for a lot of the mom and pop startups out there, you're not going to have this enforcement, albatross hanging around your neck. So that's the first step. The second thing is bringing clarity to a market that needs clarity. And this is where I think Congress is going to jump in first, and the SEC is going to keep this as a second priority, because I do think Congress next year is going to pass a bill saying, all right, SEC, you're going to have authority over crypto tokens that are securities, and the Commodity Futures Trading Commission will have authority over tokens that are commodities. So the SEC is then going to have to promulgate rules on what does that mean. But I think for the immediate step in crypto, it's really that enforcement albatross that is the first thing that firms are going to get some breathing on.
Forgive me if I'm simplifying this too much, but how would you categorize whether Atkins is pro-Wall Street? Is the asset management industry, the banking industry, are they generally going to favor what the new SEC chair kind of puts into place?
So Commissioner Atkins heavily falls on the libertarian side. And so if you had somebody that, like, if you look at former SEC Chairman Jay Clayton, very much, I would argue, a pro-Wall Street individual. If you have the current SEC Commissioner Hester Peirce, comes from more of the libertarian mindset, more of a free market. I think Commissioner Atkins falls closer to Commissioner Peirce, meaning it's a lot more about competition, it's a lot about free markets and so forth, maybe not so much as a pro-Wall Street pick as somebody else could have come in here. So I think the challenge for Wall Street is yes, they are going to like his deregulatory views, which will take time, but there are going to be difficult questions asked, because you may run into a situation where you have an asset manager going up against a bank in a similar policy, and one side wants to be favored over the other, and Commissioner Atkins, I think, will come in and just say, no, we're going to make sure it's a competitive level playing field, and let the asset managers and the banks fight it out in the open market.
What else do we know about his reputation just as a commissioner and just in business? It's interesting because before Gensler became chair, there was a lot of talk that he was going to be very pro-crypto. He had taught a blockchain class at MIT, so I think there were a lot of expectations and it didn't quite meet reality. But what else can you tell us about the history of Atkins as a commissioner?
Yeah, so I was just watching some of my Democrat friends on the internet today talking very highly about Commissioner Atkins because if you talk to a lot of the staffers who worked at the SEC in the early 2000s, a lot of them will say look, he was very personable, very much interested in your position. May not agree with you. I mean, ideologically it may be different, but he's certainly one of those individuals that will say, look, let's have a conversation, and which I think differs from what the SEC is going through today, where Chairman Gensler, on the other hand, often tries to push the rules through and so forth like that. So I think you're going to get more of an amicable SEC working environment over there. Obviously, things are going to be ideologically driven over there, but Commissioner Atkins does have a great reputation here in the Washington circles as being somebody that at least you can have a conversation with. I would also just note that Commissioner Atkins very much is a deregulatory individual. This is his mantra. This is what he loves. And so, but in order to deregulate, there's really no magic wand that he can use. He has to go through this thing called the Administrative Procedures Act. Where I'm going with this, it's going to take years to get a lot of these deregulatory efforts through. And so don't look for this to happen in 2025, maybe not even 2026, but definitely start looking in 2027.
All right, well, we're going to be speaking to you a lot between now and 2027. Nathan Dean, Senior Policy Analyst over at Bloomberg Intelligence, join us from Washington, D.C. Thanks so much, Nathan. Do appreciate that. Well, it is that time of year when people aren't just traveling or gearing up to travel, they're also planning what they're doing and where they're going come next year. This year, the global economic impact of the travel industry is expected to reach a record-breaking $11.1 trillion, surpassing its prior high of $10 trillion. That was back in 2019. This is according to data from the advocacy group World Travel and Tourism Council. They focus on quantifying the industry's economic impact at a global level. For an idea how things are looking in the U.S. and Canada, let's bring in Kurt Alexander, president of Omni Hotel and Resorts. Omni has over 50 hotels in the U.S. and Canada. They've got a particular focus, too, on golf and spas. So they've got some insight into how people are spending money, at least at the higher end of the income spectrum. Kurt joins us from Dallas. Kurt, how are things looking as we wrap up the year? How would you characterize travel and leisure and business spend from your perspective?
Hey, Tim. Well, thanks for having me on, first of all. It's great to be back with you. Things are really good. It was a little bit of an air pocket before the election, but we have been pleasantly surprised really the performance throughout Q4, really starting in October. And I think there's a few factors that drive that. But I think your earlier guest mentioned, when the prediction market started really to tip towards Trump, we saw really an acceleration in corporate bookings in terms of groups, as well as the business traveler kind of traveling Monday through Thursday. And that has persisted through November and even into December. It's going to be one of our best Decembers on record here, both from a group and leisure standpoint.
You have insights into how much people are willing to spend when they go on vacation. What are you seeing right now relative to pre-pandemic, coming out of the pandemic? Are people, buying the suite? Are they getting the suite when they go to the hotels? Or are they still maybe a little bit more money conscious?
Yeah, I think it depends on your traveler and it depends on the segment of traveler. There's been a lot of press with you guys and others about kind of the wealth effect and the fact that kind of the haves have more right now and they have more discretionary income that they can spend. And then the have-nots, unfortunately, have a little less right now in tighter budgets. Fortunately for us, we're in a unique position where I think the travelers who maybe stay at the ultra luxury Four Seasons, Ritz-Carlton, they may trade down to an Omni Hotels, equivalent, which is still incredibly high quality and great experiences. But look, we see people excited to spend money and excited to spend money on experiences and excited to spend money on experiences with people that they love. And so, as we turn into Christmas and the holiday season here, just really, we believe in family. We believe in people spending time with people that they love. And those people, they may drive them crazy at the same time, but who better to form great memories with than your family?
All right, I'm not going to ask you personal questions there, Kurt. I would if you're speaking from experience. But I do think it's something certainly a lot of people can relate to. When you look out across the landscape for 2025 and beyond, what does growth look like? What does expansion look like? Where are you and where's Omni going to be next year?
Yeah, so just in terms of a same store standpoint, going into 25, we're looking at like 4 to 5% revenue growth year over year in 2025. So I'd say that's good growth. It's not exceptional growth. It is a challenging operating environment because our expenses are growing probably 5 to 6%. And when you think about labor costs and food costs and inflation throughout the operation, and even now we're seeing contracts that are lapsing since COVID, and our partners, our vendors are looking for 20, 30% price increases. And so I don't think all of that has rippled through the kind of the value chain yet. And I think there's still some more to go there. In terms of longer growth, it's probably one of the best things we have going as an industry right now is new hotel development makes no sense with the 10-year treasury where it is.
Hey, Kurt, we're going to have to leave it there, but we always appreciate you joining us right here on Bloomberg Business Week. That's Kurt Alexander, president of Omni Hotels and Resorts, joining us from Dallas. The S&P 500 in the green, up 0.5%. The
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Stacey Lynn. We begin with a brazen attack early this morning in Midtown Manhattan. The CEO of United Healthcare, Brian Thompson, was shot to death. He was in town for an investors conference. NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch.
It appears the suspect was lying in wait for several minutes. And as the victim was walking to the conference hotel, the suspect approached from behind.
The suspect shot him using a silencer on the weapon, according to NYPD. Then he took off. CBS's Anna Schechter says police believe it was a targeted attack.
A pool of people in this industry, in the insurance industry, would have known that he was going to be attending the conference and likely speaking at the conference.
The Supreme Court heard arguments today on a Tennessee law that restricts transgender health care for minors.
The Biden administration is asking the justices to reverse a lower court ruling upholding such bans. Justice Brett Kavanaugh noted that other countries are restricting the use of the drugs.
The rest of the world, or at least the people the countries that have been at the forefront of this, are pumping the brakes on this kind of treatment.
Solicitor General Elizabeth Prelogger.
They have not changed their laws to do anything like what Tennessee is doing.
Christopher Cruz, CBS News, Washington.
Well, there are calls for Pete Hegseth, Donald Trump's pick for defense secretary, to step aside. When asked his opinion, Missouri Senator Josh Hawley said,
"Well, that's for the president to decide. What I would say is this. I've been saying this for days. I'm a broken record on this. My view is that if the president wants him to be Secretary of Defense, then people ought to give him a shot."
Trump is said to be considering some alternatives, including Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. 29 days since Election Day, and the last race in Congress has finally been decided.
Democrat Adam Gray defeats incumbent Republican John Duarte by fewer than 200 votes in California's Central Valley as the Democrats flip 3 Republican seats in the Golden State and win all but 2 of the state's most contested races. That'll give the Democrats 215 seats in the new House, narrowing the Republican majority, a rare bright spot for the Democrats in an election in which they lost the White House and control of the Senate. Doug Sovereign for CBS News, San Francisco.
Breaking news out of France, where lawmakers have voted to oust the prime minister in the first successful vote of no confidence since 1962. The search continues for a grandmother who officials think may have fallen into a sinkhole while looking for her cat. Fire Chief John Batcha says it's a dangerous job for search crews.
We're moving forward, but we're not sending rescuers into any of the mines. It is way too unstable.
The Dow right now is up 257 points. This is CBS News. Big surprise.
Are you a good witch or a bad witch?
When Drew Barrymore produced a prop from 1939's Wizard of Oz.
Bring out the original Glinda wand, please.
Grande teared up, then started to prance off stage with the rhinestone-studded star on a stick.
Thank you, guys. It's been fun. Yeah. Bye. I'm kidding.
It's not hers for keeps. A private owner loaned it just for Drew's show, which airs tomorrow. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Raise your glass to the most popular drink trends of the year. According to Food and Wine, there was no single theme that dominated what we sipped in 2024, but low or non-alcoholic drinks gained in popularity. Also continuing on the upward trend, tequila and ready-to-drink canned cocktails. In bars and restaurants, beer and wine took the backseat to more creative and vibrant-looking drinks. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week on radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. I'm Tim Stenivek. Carol Masser is out today, but we got Emily Griffeo here. She's Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter.
That's right.
Here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. What's up?
You know, I'm here.
You're here?
It's a Wednesday, I think, right?
It's a Wednesday, yes.
Okay. Markets are up.
Markets are up.
Happy to be here.
We got a great program. We're happy to have you. We got a great program coming up. Abigail Doolittle is going to join us in a little bit to talk about what we're seeing on the U.S. indices. Also, we're going to talk a little bit, well, actually a lot of real estate, specifically corporate real estate, commercial real estate. Thomas Carroll is over at Ballast Rock Private Wealth. He's standing by. He's going to be joining us in just a few minutes. Also, we got to in the 4 o'clock hour, Frank McCourt, the billionaire, former owner of the LA Dodgers. He has been thinking a lot about the role of the internet in society today. We spoke to him a few months ago. He's going to be back with us, talking about the latest with TikTok. Is he still got this group together to try to buy it? Mm-hmm. So looking forward to that conversation as well. All that and more coming up over the next 2 hours right here on Bloomberg Business Week. First up, though, a check of the day's trade and top business stories. Here's Amy Morris in for Charlie Pellet. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Tim. The no-confidence vote passed and the French government falls. The country now has a caretaker government in place, and President Macron has to appoint a new prime minister. The euro, though, is little changed on the news, trading at 105.15 against the dollar. Fed Chair Jay Powell at the New York Times Dealbook Summit says he sees very broad support for continued Fed independence.
It's the law of the land. And I'm not concerned that there's some risk that we would lose our statutory independence, because I do think that those set of ideas are strongly believed by people.
Fed Chair Powell says he is confident in his future relationship with Treasury Secretary-designate Scott Bessent. Now, stocks liked what Fed Chair Powell had to say about the economy. We check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is up 0.5%. NASDAQ is up 1.2%. The Dow is up 0.6%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.18% and the 2-year yield at 4.12%. Brian Thompson, a longtime United Health Group executive, was fatally shot in Midtown Manhattan this morning. NYPD says it appears to be a brazen targeted attack. The gunman remains at large. United Health Group shares are less than 1% higher. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back now to Bloomberg Business Week with Emily Griffeo and Tim Stenivek.
Hey, thanks, Amy, for that update. Really do appreciate it. Well, as we said, we're seeing some green on the screen when it comes to the major indices. The S&P 500 up 0.5 percentage point right now. 6,082 is where it's trading. The NASDAQ Composite up 1.2% today. I do want to bring in Bloomberg News markets correspondent Abigail Doolittle. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We spoke to you a few minutes ago. Our focus was on Paris, Europe, and really outside the United States. Here in the U.S., equity markets just continue to chug on.
It is unbelievable. They are certainly just doing the melt up. And at this point, the melt up is pretty significant. A lot of times you'll use that language around, 0.2%, 0.3% gain day after day. Right now, for the S&P 500, near session highs, up 0.5%, up for a fourth day in a row, another record high. That NASDAQ 100 up 1.1%, up for a fourth day as well. The SOX doing even better, up 1.6%, having to do with the results out of Marvell on AI demand.
One of my gainers today.
One of your gainers,
Yep.
well picked for sure, I would say. Something that stands out to me is, so we have these comments out of Powell that some are saying, it's helping the markets. That may be the case. They were already higher prior to him, but they have certainly creeped up a little bit after he basically indicated that the economy is in remarkably good shape. But then we have Foot Locker. Now, Foot Locker has been a mess for a while, but they've kind of were turning things around, and now due to this holiday season and a dearth of holiday shopping, they've brought in the guide, their old guide for the comp for the full year, which they have a January year end, as most retailers do, so it's 2025, was 1 to 3%. Now I think it's 1.4, 1.6%, 1.3 or 4%, below the street at 1.6%, and they're saying that they really are seeing some weakness. Now, what makes this interesting to me is I was actually out shopping yesterday, something I don't do all that often, but yesterday after work, I can say I was in 3 different stores and they were all basically empty. Empty to the point that I was stunned. There was one.
And you're in Manhattan.
No, so I was in Westchester, but it was in Scarsdale. That's a very affluent area because our Bloomberg intelligence analyst is saying that they are talking about the lower income person being constrained. So Scarsdale, I believe, is one of, it's not actually where I live, but it's where I was shopping, one of the wealthier zip codes in Westchester, which in and of itself is a wealthy zip code overall, all of these zip codes. And Saks Fifth Avenue, the discounting store, it was literally empty. I mean, it's a massive store. There was nobody in there. I was in Fox's. I was literally the only shopper.
You know what's funny? Sorry to interrupt, but you say that, and I had the same reaction on Sunday driving from New Jersey. We were in an affluent part of New Jersey visiting friends, and we drove past a mall that clearly had anchor tenants that were very well-known brands. And my wife and I were talking to each other. Is this whole mall closed? There are no cars there.
It was so stunning to me. And the saleswomen in the one clothing store, which is high-end women's clothing but at a discount, they were whispering, saying, "Did we make our number yesterday? Wow. It's where are the shoppers?" And so, has something happened to the U.S. consumer, or is it just e-commerce?
That's exactly what I was going to say. That's exactly what I was going to say. Is it a question of just fundamental shifts in the way the consumers spend money?
This would be a tremendous shift, kind of. Overnight. It feels like, I mean, this is just speculation, just one person's opinion, but it feels like something different. I mean, Barnes & Noble was also there. There's actually somebody else in line, so that was a positive, but it's just so odd. So if the economy is surprisingly resilient, we hear a lot about spending on the experience, so maybe that's where it's going at. But, just as like feet on the street reporting, I was stunned last night. I can actually say, to the best of my ability to remember, whether it's a holiday season or even January. January stores are typically pretty empty, or in the middle of the summer. I don't know that I've ever been in 3 main stores in a very affluent area, or even not affluent area, that were so empty. It was almost as something strange was going on.
The true test is going to be whether there's people in the stores on December 22nd, December 23rd, the last minute shoppers, because I feel like then you usually see a lot of foot traffic.
Like on top of things, actually.
We'll have to get you back in the store, Abigail Doolittle, on December 23rd to see if that store is also empty. I want to pivot to space because Intuitive Machines, a small cap stock, but down 18%. That was a stock, I know, Tim, that you're a space guy.
Yeah.
This company had landed I don't want to say it wrong, but they had one of the first private moon landings in something over 50 years.
Well, look, the ticker is LUNR, Lunar.
Yeah.
So it kind of makes sense.
That was back in the spring, but that stock is down 18%. I don't know if that's...
Is this just because this is they're doing this launch of a public offering of its Class A common shares?
Most likely, because it will dilute, or it offers the potential for dilution. So that's seen as a negative to current shareholders. And I'm just using the DES function or description function in the Bloomberg terminal. It is worth noting there's a 28% bearish short interest in there. So there's a natural bearish proclivity there. So while this news would not be positive for any stock or any company, you would see a little bit of weakness. It's not surprising to see the stock down in an outsized way because there are so many bears on it. In addition, the year-to-date move, not to use the pun, but it has launched significantly higher. It's up more than 400%
To the moon.
year, so yes.
Oh my gosh.
I love it. What else is on your radar? We're hearing from a handful of companies after the bell today, including Synopsys, American Eagle Outfitters. We'll get a little bit of read on retail with them, with PVH, Five Below. ChargePoint's reporting as well. We are I don't want to say we're in the midst of earnings season. We're definitely at the tail end of earnings season. When you hear from Salesforce, you know you're kind of at the tail end of earnings season. But we're still hearing from companies.
We are still hearing from companies. It feels as though we're always in some sort of an earnings season, and there's just a more robust side of earnings season and less robust. I mean, American Eagle will be interesting just from the standpoint of what kind of tell will we have on the consumer, and especially the younger consumer. Something that really stands out to me right now is where we started, is just the fact that we have stocks higher. The S&P 500, just this straight line move up, but at this point it's converging, which tells you that the buyers now are less enthusiastic than they had been, say, in July when they bought that big dip. Typically when that happens, and I'm just going to use the Bloomberg terminal very quickly to determine this precisely, we're about 11% above the 200-day moving average, not as extended. The S&P 500 could certainly become more extended, and given the fact that there's the 25% gain January through November, the last however number of times it's happened, the S&P 500 has always climbed more than 1% in December. So it suggests we will have a gain in December, but January, we might have that January effect where we'll have some selling.
What I was thinking about this today, Emily, it was mind-boggling to me because I remember where I was when everybody freaked out in August and markets fell. They were talking about, we got to do an emergency rate cut. Some folks were saying that. Remember that?
Yes.
It was wild.
Which makes no sense to me at all, given the fact that real life inflation is still in place. But
we're up 17.3%.
Yes.
From that August freak out.
Oh, that's FOMO. I mean, that's FOMO. Those are the stairs higher, really. It's not even the stairs higher; it's the escalator higher. You know, the question is, will there be an elevator to the downside? I mean, a lot of this is the Trump trade, the optimism that a new